The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr Tokley, good morning. Are we ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed, Chair, Commissioners. This morning we will be having another panel. This panel will consist of representatives that we heard from yesterday afternoon, but in addition we will have an extra person, Mr Hamish Webb, who I'll call shortly. The purpose of this morning's panel is to look at the evaluation exercises that are carried out after hazard reduction activities and how such matters inform future approaches. Without further ado, I will call first of all Mr Hamish Webb, who's the Director, Policy and Planning, Knowledge and Planning Branch, Forest, Fire and Regions, Victorian Department of Environment, Land, Water and Planning. Good morning, Mr Webb.
Good morning, Mr Tokley.
Mr Webb, would you take the affirmation or the oath?
The affirmation, please.
Mr Webb, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I understand we have Mr Williams from South Australia.
Yes, present, thank you.
And Mr Brett Lachlan from South Australia.
Good morning, Mr Tokley.
Good morning.
Welcome back, gentlemen. Good to see you again.
And we have Mr Wassing and Mr Harris from Queensland.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Ms Taylor. Good morning.
Good to see you back again as well. Thank you.
Commissioners, as with yesterday, we'll be examining topics. There are two topics to be examined in this panel. The first of those topics is the evaluation process carried out once hazard reduction activities have been completed, including the extent to which evaluation informs hazard reduction planning, risk assessment and further mitigation efforts. So, gentlemen, as with yesterday, I will give you a heads up on the topic that we're addressing, and then we'll proceed to address the topics in turn. I'll go from state jurisdiction to state jurisdiction with specific questions in respect of those topics. Now, in respect of the first of those topics, if I could call upon Mr Webb from Victoria. And Mr Webb, could you please outline the approach taken to evaluating hazard reduction activities once they have been carried out in Victoria?
Yes, thank you, Mr Tokley. In Victoria, we carry out evaluation at a number of levels. Delivery, such as did the burn achieve what it was intended. Operational planning is and has the planned burn program met strategic objectives, and are our strategies right and future focused. And we also look at the programmatic evaluation. Is the overall program achieving its goals? Our approach in Victoria is driven by the Code of Practice for Fire Management on Public Land, and in particular the two objectives in the Code. Objective 1 in the Code is to minimise the impact of major bushfires on human life, communities, potential and community infrastructure, industries, the economy and the environment, and human life will be afforded priority over all other considerations. And Objective 2 is to maintain or improve the resilience of natural ecosystems and their ability to maintain services such as biodiversity, water, carbon storage and forest products. Those two objectives drive all of our planning and evaluation work that we undertake. Objective 1, we look at evaluating the risk to life and property, and we do that through the annual risk reduction calculations and the use of Phoenix fire model, which is our computer modelling simulation. Objective 2 is the ecosystem resilience is measured through two metrics: our tolerable fire interval, which is how frequently the ecosystem can tolerate burning, and growth stage structure, which is the mix of ages of vegetation in an ecosystem. Importantly, these metrics are drawn from our fire history data as the underpinning data, and in particular the fire extent and severity. And we collect that information in two ways, and fire extent is the physical severity, which we collect through remote sensing, aerial photography and satellites, is the intensity of the area burnt. These processes are supported by on-ground monitoring programs. So we have a fuel hazard plot program which is a visual assessment of burns, and that looking to changes in fuel loads and stratas. So have we removed bark? Have we removed fine fuels? And we also have a number of ecosystem monitoring plots, which are about can we see changes to the ecosystem and to the environmental values. We then use those inputs from those data sources to in our modelling processes. So for our residual risk and our risk to life and property, we use the Phoenix Fire Simulation Model, which is the computer model which uses the fire history data to show what has happened before and after the burn. So how many houses or assets would have been impacted before that burn, and then how many are no longer impacted, and how will the fire behave in the area where the treatment has happened. For our ecosystem modelling, we've just released a relatively new tool in the last 12 months, which is known as the Fire Analysis Module for Ecological Values. Thankfully, it's called FAME, or for ease, which this draws on all the existing data and models that we have, and it can forecast and measure the change to the metrics of ecosystem resilience of tolerable fire interval and growth stage structure. All this information is then fed back into the selection of our annual fuel management program. So that's the annual program, and as well as the development of the rolling 3-year program, the joint fuel management program plans, as well as the sort of episodic and 5-yearly review of our strategic bushfire management strategies.
Thank you. Now, you mentioned the purposes for which the information is gathered, and did I understand you correctly to say that you gather that information and assess it as against the targets that have been set?
Yeah, that's correct. So in terms of the residual risk target, which in Victoria is 70%, that's against life and property, and we use life and property as a proxy for life. So we assess how many houses were at risk prior to a burn or a fuel management program being undertaken, and then we assess what changes happened post the fuel management program, and also following the bushfire season. So it's important for us to sort of understand what that change looks like over time.
Right, and we understand that the target that you mentioned, that's a statewide target?
That's correct. Where we measure it is at a statewide level. We do, the way we build and undertake our modelling processes and our planning processes, we do break down to region and district levels. And importantly, and that's a really important part of what we do, because we recognise that risk and the fuel types and communities and the available treatments differ across the state. But fuel management, in particular planned burning, can't be delivered everywhere and isn't as effective in all different fuel types. So in areas where it's difficult to undertake fuel management, and that might be because of the interface areas, the terrain, the types of vegetation that we're dealing with, we might have a target that is above, an operational target that's above 70%. In those sorts of areas, we'll make sure that we're targeting other activities such as mechanical fuel treatment, but also look at combine it with our suppression and our community engagement and community preparedness activities that happen outside of the fuel management program as well. So we recognise the difference and the need to tailor to local conditions in our planning and our program delivery.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Does the evaluation process that's undertaken, does that also inform longer term plans into the future? Or you've mentioned the annual review and the 3-year review.
It absolutely does. And importantly also, as I touched on, we analyse the effect of the overall program. So some recent work that we have just completed and in the process of finalising, we've actually been looking at the relative contribution of planned burning and bushfire to risk reduction in Victoria. And we've been able to backcast that for the last a number of years, certainly back to the last decade plus. And from that, we're able to show that planned burning, even with major fires in there, is the major contributor to reducing, the majority contributor to reducing bushfire risk in Victoria. For example, if we start take the period from July 2009 until today, and including the summers of this season, we're able to show year on year that fuel management has contributed that 66%, two-thirds of the risk reduction in Victoria from bushfire risk, and bushfire has contributed a third, and that's despite about just under an additional 1 million hectares being burnt in that period by bushfire. So that really reinforces to us the importance of a really targeted and balanced fuel management program where fire is set in the right places in the landscape and mixture of close to community, as well as breaking up the landscape in the backcountry to stop those large fires as well.
Mr. Webb, we heard yesterday from some of the theoreticians talking about fuel modelling and the like, and the impact, for example, that drought might have, where a drought might affect fire behaviour and also longer-term outlooks. Does the Phoenix system that you mentioned have regard to such matters as drought?
It does in terms of the availability of fuel, and the underlying dryness is included in the weather inputs into Phoenix. And certainly it's an area, and the conversation I had yesterday with the leading scientists in this area, went to an area of continual improvement in understanding the relationship both between long-term climate impacts such as droughts and what effect that has on fuel availability. But also the impact and relationship between fuel and atmosphere, and how those work. So we're continually trying to invest and improve in our modelling approaches and capability to both modelling to make it more tailored and have more nuance to it to enable more localised decision making, but also to reflect that the environment we're dealing with is changing, and we need to be forward-looking and picking up those changes in our future modelling.
And do I understand correctly that in the use of the modelling, you take into account obviously past events? You take into account past events in the modelling, obviously. I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Mr. Webb? I think we may have lost the.
I can't hear anything if it's coming through to me.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Webb? I might have to come back to Mr. Webb. I think.
No, that's right. Let's try and resolve Mr. Webb's issue if you want to go to the other witnesses. Yeah, and we might give him a call if he can't hear us, just to let him know what we're doing.
Might pause for a minute while we try and resolve Mr. Webb. Okay. Chair, with your permission, I can move on to.
No. Let's move on, and we'll come back to Mr. Webb when we resolve that technical issue.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I could turn now to South Australia, Mr. Williams, Mr. Lachlan, in relation to the first topic, which is the evaluation process carried out once hazard reduction activities have been completed, including the extent to which evaluation informs hazard reduction planning, risk assessment and further mitigation efforts, could you please outline the approach taken in South Australia to evaluating such matters?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Stockley. In relation to our hazard reduction burns and other treatments, as I mentioned yesterday, our work is driven by our planning approach, and our fire management plans incorporate our zoning principles. Those zoning principles then inform our treatments for mitigation purposes. If we undertake prescribed burns as part of that process, the burn plan program process will identify what evaluations will take place following the treatment through prescribed burning or other actions. And that can be everything from obviously spatially mapping, which is what we do as a basic thing, and then identifying the fuel loads subject to completion of those burns, and whether the objectives of the burns have been met, what other treatments need to be put into the landscape, like weed control or track restoration or other rehabilitation works, and then, if necessary, what longer-term monitoring needs to be undertaken. All that work is documented and fed into our fire information management system, which is then used for future management strategies and future planning for our burn program. Similarly to Victoria, we also have a code of practice that we have in South Australia, which is a code that is signed up between the Country Fire Service and the land management agencies. And that code outlines that the principles that we want to undertake in the program is protection of life, property and environment, and the maintenance of ecological systems. So that code underpins all the work we do in that space. Similar to Victoria, we do record species information databases that we can retrieve and use to assess the impacts in terms of vital attributes for particular species in the landscape, and all that's taken into account in our planning. Environmental factors are also considered in our planning and our evaluation for future works.
And how often is we heard from Victoria just then that they do an annual review and then a 3-year review. How often does that take place in South Australia?
We have we monitor our fuel loads, particularly in our asset protection zones, on an annual basis to see whether they need treatment or retreatment. So we have the zoning principles outline thresholds for fuel levels that we want to manage to. We monitor those thresholds on an annual basis, then we treat if those thresholds are reached. We also have a approval under the Commonwealth's Environmental Assessment EPBC Act to undertake approve our environmental appraisal work through our burn planning, and that's audited as well on an annual basis to make sure that those requirements are being met.
Does the evaluation inform long-term planning regarding hazard reduction activities?
Yes, it does. We collect information on how often areas are treated and what way they're treated. As I said before, the fuel loads that are in those zones that we've indicated in our plans, and then that allows us to develop our 3-year rolling program. And our fire management plans themselves have a 10-year horizon, so but the annual work is evaluated and performs a review of those plans in the longer term.
I think you may have possibly answered this question, but does the evaluation assess the effectiveness of the activities that have been carried out?
Absolutely. So our burn plans, before we implement any works or any other form of risk reduction, will indicate what our objectives are, and we do an assessment post that work to primarily a visual assessment. We use a visual fuel hazard guide to form our information there, and that's done on post burns to ensure that our objectives that we've outlined are met.
You mentioned visual assessment. Are there any quantitative targets that are set that you seek to achieve?
In terms of fuel management, the visual assessment tool has a relationship to tonnes per hectare quantities, which is that's been worked out. So there is a relationship there between targets in terms of the fuel loads and the visual assessment tool we use. But in terms of targets for reduction in terms of area, we don't use a target approach. We use a risk-based approach.
Mm-hmm. And is there, similarly in South Australia to Victoria, a residual risk assessment carried out statewide?
We don't undertake the same process as Victoria in that regard, no.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. I might now turn to Queensland, please.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Wasting, Mr. Harris, could one of you please outline the approach to evaluating hazard risk reduction activities in Queensland once they've been carried out?
Certainly. So if I start probably with a very brief overview in terms of the broader frameworks, and then probably come to the practical aspects in terms of the risk reduction activities specifically. And I think that's important in terms of the context of the question. So we operate our hazard reduction aspects in the context of a broader assurance framework that is set by our Inspector General of Emergency Management within Queensland. and that has a range of different principles, performance-based outcomes and assurance aspects, and particularly with respect to the assurance, three-tier assurance, self-assessment, peer assessment, and then basically reviews either by Inspector General or by post-event type assessments. We then have, separate to that, but related and consistent with that, a broader lessons management framework, which looks at all of the aspects that you would expect us to consider in the lessons management framework about observation and sharing information, analysing that information, the implementation aspects, the monitoring and review aspects, and then fundamentally making sure that new practices or improvements are embedded. They're important. Both of those are really important from a more strategic perspective when we're looking at policy learnings, strategy learnings, systems learnings and the like, and we have a range of different examples that come out of those two areas. For example, a good NAPER policy, which was a recommendation out of the Inspector General of Emergency Management review, that is now part of our guidelines in terms of Area 5 management groups embedded from good practice from Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service. In the same sense, from a lessons management framework perspective, we have really good examples from that. Those evaluations in terms of systems improvement, from legacy systems to new improvement systems in terms of reporting, and some of the work we're currently doing in terms of improvements in terms of our governance arrangements, whether that be through the state, regional or even Area 5 management groups. More specifically to the implementation aspects, yes, we do have assessments in terms of both the prioritisation and the completion of hazard reduction activities and mitigation activities specific to the cool burn operations that I spoke to yesterday around hazard reduction, fire trail, fire breaks and community engagement activities. In addition to that, we have a fortnightly monitoring assessment through the process of both the planning and particularly the implementation of the cool burn operations. So we have I wouldn't quite call it real time, but certainly a fortnightly progress aspect that we have oversight in terms of progression of those targets. And then we also have a post-completion assessment. Now that can take many different forms. Certainly at a tactical level, it would be the assessment of individual activities, the individual hazard reduction burning activities as that was described in Victoria and South Australia. We also use some of our systems of Phoenix and our Sabre system, which links to the Phoenix work, which gives a probabilistic aspect in terms of potential. And we use some of those to, based on scenarios of unburnt, burnt and or other mitigation activities, to see the effectiveness of individual burns. We don't do those across all of our mitigation activities, but we can target some of those, and that's obviously limited by a certain capacity, but we can target those. And then in a third element, we have what I'd describe as the expected sort of post-season reviews in terms of workshops with our peers at each of the three levels in terms of local, regional and state. And they inform our ongoing improvement exercises into the future.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wasting. Mr. Harris, would you like to add to anything Mr. Wasting has said in relation to the areas under your responsibility, if I may put it that way?
Yes, thank you. My responsibility focused on the areas that we manage, which is our protected area network and our state forests. At a state level, the department is accountable to the government through the establishment of service delivery statements. We have two in regard to fire management targets. One is a planned burn target of greater than 5% of our total protected area estate and forests. And the other one is an annual protection zone targets, which are risk-based and focused on property, protecting life and property in those areas adjacent to the estate that we're managing. All of our fire management information is managed through our data and process fire management system known as FLAME. So, for example, all our planned burn data is managed through that system. A planned burn proposal will be submitted within that system as a planned burn is undertaken, a status update will be provided, and then at the end of that planned burn, a report will be done to evaluate whether the objectives of that planned burn has been achieved. That information can be rolled up at a park level, a regional level, or a state level to inform our planned burn program or hazard reduction activity. We also manage our parks and forests under a values-based management framework, and that sets the management priorities and management standards for the management activities of our areas, including fire management, and it operates under a principle of continued monitoring and assessment of management effectiveness, and that's done on an annual basis. And we're rolling out a program across our estate to manage the effectiveness against those management standards. And for example, in fire management, that would be looking at the implementation of our fire management zones, which we touched on yesterday, that arise from our fire management strategies, the management of our fire infrastructure, and the implementation of our bioregional planned burn guidelines. At a more qualitative evaluation, we work closely with QFIS and the various bushfire management groups that they have at a state, regional and local area, in particular the area fire management groups. And we evaluate the work that was done in the past, and that informs the future planning for our fire management activities, working with those groups so a broader whole of landscape approach can be taken. Internally, we have fire referral groups, which again consider previous years' fire history and management activities, and that informs our future programs. Where we have joint management arrangements with First Nations people, we undertake a similar process with them and incorporating their traditional knowledge into our fire management practices. And after every fire, be it planned or bushfire, we will undertake post-fire debriefings and operate under a lessons management framework so the lessons learned can be reported and tracked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, you mentioned during your answer that there was a 5% target that had been set. Could you elaborate upon that a little bit more, please? First of all, what is it 5% of? And then whether the 5% target is also one of the matters that is subject to evaluation or assessment against that target.
The 5% target is 5% of the total area of the estate that we manage, which is approximately 650,000 hectares. Over the last 10 years, we have achieved that target or exceeded that target. Last year, we achieved over 1 million hectares. That total area is informed by the individual planned burns that are undertaken across the estate. Each of those planned burns are developed under a risk assessment process and generally considering protection of life and property. And it's through our flame management system that we can evaluate the effectiveness of the planned burns, as I said before, at a local or a broader level.
And you mentioned flame. That's a modelling system.
It's our data management and process system. So we're able to access the fire management data that we include in flame, but also it includes our processes, our fire management statements, our planned burn guidelines, that information as well.
Thank you. And does Queensland also use the Phoenix system, or is it?
We have access. QFIS have those systems, Phoenix, Sabre, Catalyst. We have access to those systems, and we're able to use those systems to inform our planning processes. In particular, when we're working with QFIS through area fire management groups and others, and both in a planning and a response capability.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Harris. I might now come back to Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb, I believe you're back on.
Yes, Mr. Tockley, I'm here. Apologies for that.
There's no problem. Now, Mr. Webb, the question I was going to ask you concerned the sort of settings that were used in the fire simulation models, because I understand that you use what's called Black Saturday as a sort of baseline measurement, and I understand that was a situation where the fire danger index was 130.
Yes, that's correct. If we go back to when we started, and we've been working on computer simulating and fire modelling to inform our decision making for a long time, sort of prior to Black Saturday. But Black Saturday, which was the 2009 fires, was sort of some of the most extreme fire behaviours that we had seen. So since then, we've used that as our underpinning model to derive a kind of a worst case scenario, if you like. That is the worst weather conditions we have experienced in Victoria from a fire perspective. So we use those as our worst case scenario in that plan. Importantly, a lot of the improvements work we're doing at the moment is to sort of provide some additional weather streams that are more reflective of the different types of weather we get here in Victoria and enable us to assess and analyse our program across different fire danger indices. And that'll really help us to sort of understand when fuel management is effective, where it is, and under different fire conditions.
Can you hear me, Mr. Webb?
Yep, I can hear you, Mr. Stokely.
Okay, so that was just the end of your answer. I wasn't sure if we had been cut off again.
No, sorry. I'll say out. I need to finish it off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webb. Gentlemen, those are the questions that I have for you, but I suspect there may be some questions from the commissioners.
So, Mr. Stokely, is that the entirety of your questions for this group, or do you have an evaluation question as well?
That is there's a further topic to come.
For this group?
For this group, yes.
And that's the evaluation?
That's the evaluation.
I'll tell you what, let's go through that as well, and then I think we'll have the questions we've got are probably collective from assessment and evaluation at the end.
Thank you. Mr. Webb, you may have heard the Chair's comments just then. Yes, if you could.
Yes, I did.
If you could focus upon the evaluation side in light of what we have already discussed.
Yeah. So in terms of evaluation of the effectiveness, just to clarify the question, the evaluation of the effectiveness of each of the burns or of the overall program?
Of the overall program, please.
Yeah, so we evaluate the effectiveness of the overall program through an annual assessment, and that involves applying what we call the fire history, so the area burnt and the various severities of that area burnt. Will provide us an understanding of kind of where fuels sit across the landscape and the level and amount of those fuels. We'll then use that information in our modelling systems to understand what change has occurred to the risk profile and that, such as where it's gone up and.
Unfortunately, Chair, we seem to have lost Victoria.
It's all right. We'll keep going with South Australia and Queensland. We'll get Mr. Webb. I hope it's not the state cutting him off as he gets the very important information, but I think it's the technology. So
I think it's the technology. Mr. Williams, Mr. Lachlan, you may have seen that Mr. Webb was cut off mid-sentence, and he was discussing the evaluation of these matters and how the effectiveness of the activities undertaken is determined and measured. Could you please speak to that, Mr. Williams?
Yeah, look, our evaluation is again done at a plan level, and we undertake the works associated with our plan and what that drives through our implementation of our works. We do report the evaluation, then is reported up through the various agencies, through Department of Environment and Water, and also we have a group called the Government Agencies Fire Liaison Committee, who are made up of ourselves and the Country Fire Service and other land management agencies, and we report to them in terms of the work we undertake. So our 3-year rolling program, we implement that as the weather permits and the weather windows permit, and then we undertake the individual evaluations of the works as per each burn, and then we report that up through the respective agencies to both the CFS and our own agency through those mechanisms.
Could I ask this question, please, for clarification? In terms of having carried out the information gathering exercise on the hazard reduction activities that have been undertaken, there's obviously an evaluation of that information. And then how is the assessment done of the overall success of such activities against the targets that are sought to be achieved? And by targets, I don't mean percentage targets, but the level of protection that's sought to be afforded to the different protection zones.
We would link our works to our zoning principles and say that if we reduce the fuel loads below a certain threshold in those zones, that affords the protection that we need to protect the assets that might adjoin those areas that we're treating. So that's the principles-based approach that we use in to guide our work. So if the objectives are met of the mitigation works, our premise is that the protection has been afforded, and the evaluation would be that we've met what we set out to achieve.
Now, we've heard in some of the community matters that there was a perception that fuel loads were still too high. Would it be possible for a member of the public to have a perception that fuel loads are still too high, and yet the targets set for the reduction of fuel load has in fact been met through the activities being carried out?
From a perception point of view, so most certainly it's an individual perception whether the fuel loads are too high or not. We base our work based on the science we gather and the data that we collect and the experience we have in what provides an effective fuel reduction to protect life, property and the environment in terms of what we're trying to achieve. But that, I wouldn't say that always appeases everyone in their perception of what's a high fuel load or not.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. If I could now turn to Queensland, Mr. Wassing, Mr. Harris.
Yes.
And if gentlemen, if you would address the question that the Chair is interested in, which is the evaluation of these activities against the various targets, future planning matters that have been, to which they're relevant.
Certainly. So I would start by saying, by and large, consistent with what's already been described by Victoria and particularly South Australia. As part of the evaluation programs, we are able to run scenarios, as I briefly mentioned, in terms of the assessment process, that gives us an intelligence, if you will, or information in terms of those particular aspects, particularly for us in terms of the recognising our core burn operations is targeted to high-risk locations. And so much of our evaluation is focused on the exposure elements of what would be within approximately 100 metres of a particular asset. And again, those assets are fundamentally informed by the Area 5 Management Group collective and the stakeholder groups, including the community. We also are able to do some of that evaluation in a broader context across the different vegetation types. So we actually have we have guidelines for the different vegetation types that provides guidance to the frequency or the preferred frequency and timings of mitigation activities and prescribed burning more broadly, both from a hazard mitigation or hazard reduction perspective, as well as consideration of ecological aspects as well. And so some of those evaluation programs are able to test some of those. Then also, I think as I described briefly yesterday, also one of the key aspects of our fundamental evaluation is where there's uncompleted works, and we can consider that in an operational context in terms of making sure that that's still acknowledged in our operational planning as we go into the bushfire season.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, did you wish to add to what Mr. Wassing has said?
Yes, again, from a national park and a state forest perspective, as I outlined yesterday, those areas have fire management strategies and there's management zones in place for them, protection zones, mitigation zones and conservation zones. And those zones have set objectives in terms of hazard reduction management, planned burn program management. For example, in our protection zones, there will be a range of activities that are established on an annual basis for the treatment of those zones, from prescribed burning through to mechanical treatments of those areas. As I alluded to before, within our flame management system, planned burn proposal will have those objectives outlined, and we will report on the outcomes of that planned burn and whether those objectives have been achieved, and that provides us an evaluation of the effectiveness of the hazard reduction program that we've been implemented. On a broader level, each of our parks are operated under the values-based management framework, and that has a principle of ongoing evaluation and monitoring assessment of the management effectiveness. And that's being rolled out across our state. It's new, but it's being rolled out across our state, and it will have set management standards that need to be achieved, and we'll be able to evaluate the effectiveness of our fire management programs through that system as well.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. And now I might return to Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Tackler. I'm on a different computer now. I've had a reboot from the first time being in the office for a little while, so I do apologise for those IT issues.
Not at all, Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb, I think you were midway through an answer to a question when unfortunately you were cut off, or we lost you.
Yeah, and I was talking around the evaluation process that we go through. So I described from a risk to life and property how we take the fire history data and we use that to analyse changes to the risk profile to property. In a similar way, we use that data to analyse and understand changes to biodiversity values. And all our evaluation program, both from strategic through to the operational, is set within our monitoring evaluation framework, which sets out a series of key evaluation questions which look at the effectiveness, the impact and the improvement areas for our program. And that goes right down to understanding the objectives that are set out in each burn, how each burn delivers and contributes to the overall sort of regional objectives that are trying to be achieved. And what I mean by that might be we might have a 3 or 4 year program where we're trying to break up certain parts of the landscape to reduce the likelihood of a fire, moving from known ignition areas or known what we'll call ramps in the system, areas where we know fire, if it gets into there, will escalate and become a significant fire very quickly. We'll be looking at how we break up those. And we'll then be evaluating our effectiveness against our strategies. And our strategies are set out in our strategic bushfire management plans and described through our fire management zone. So I think Chief Officer Chris Hardeman spoke to the zones yesterday, being landscape moderation zones in the backcountry more, where we're trying to target areas that might be ignition points from lightning in particular, but also to reduce the likelihood of large-scale fires developing. And then we'll also bushfire moderation zones, where they're areas still sort of a bit more remote from communities, but sort of 3 to 5 kilometres, where we're designed to try and break the landscape up in those key movement areas for fire, and then asset protection zones, so those burns and fuel management close to communities. And we'll evaluate the effectiveness and contribution of each of those to how we're achieving and meeting our objectives in the code as I set out earlier.
Thank you very much, Mr. Webb. Chair, that does conclude my questions on those matters.
Okay, so I just want to go through a few questions, and I'll start at the high level, and I'll go to my colleagues. So for each of the states, and Mr. Webb's up, so I'll, without giving him a chance to think about it, I'll just want to put a question to each, a couple of questions. So first of all, each state has a process of a strategy. You do your hazard reduction activities, you assess that, see how that's going to affect the season. The season occurs, you get the outcomes, you evaluate, and you put it back into your strategy. So the first question I've got for you, looking across your prospective states, for the 2019-20 fires, where did those strategies have the expected effect and where didn't they, please?
Let's start with that. I think when we're talking fuel management program, often when we're moving into a specific season, so when we had an indication that the 2019-20 fire season was going to be an above average, in particular in East Gippsland, we kind of, and Chief Officer Chris Hardman spoke to this yesterday, we had that indication in sort of July, August of this year. Unfortunately, our fuel management program can't really be changed a lot to respond to that seasonal change. And that's because we, in Victoria in particular, we can't undertake a lot of spring fuel planned burning. We can undertake roadside slashing and mechanical treatments, but that they won't look to treat on that large landscape. So our strategic planning has to be, and our fuel management program has to look at the long term in that sense. What we then do is when we pick up those sorts of indicators around dryness and those things, we'll go to targeted activities that we can undertake in terms of readiness and preparedness. So how do we bring on additional firefighters? How do we work with the community to inform them of the likely or the increased risk? The other work that we can do is we can start to identify where in the landscape do we think we have a predisposition to large fires from happening. So we do that through understanding the fuel arrangements and fuel availability. So how much, where, what sort of fuels. We also then look at the underlying dryness. So we might look at the soil dryness. We might look at stream runoff and things like that to give us an indication of these areas are primed to go. And we start to think about what can we do there. We might bring in additional aircraft and pre-position them. We bring on early firefighters to position them down there. So the seasonal side of things, as I said, we have a limited ability to shift and implement a significant fuel management program in that seasonal response, which is where we really need to be targeting and making sure our strategies are looking to make sure we are as well prepared in a fuel management sense as we possibly can over the long term.
Okay, so I understand all of that, and your strategy is long term, but you had this strategy in place for 3 years, I think. So, by the time you got to June, July, it was already going to occur, but that strategy would have looked to at least mitigate it. Now, let's just pick East Gippsland. Mitigate in East Gippsland. So now you're looking back at it from an evaluation point of view. You did that to have an effect. Where, this is the lessons learnt part, where did it have the expected effect and where didn't it? I know that you would have adapted your operational strategy for the season, but surely there's some lessons that you've already taken out of this to be able to roll back into your strategy. And that's why I'm just interested on, did the fire go how it was expected in places or didn't it?
I think the answer to that, yes, it did go as expected. And we've done some good case studies that where we've gone back and looked at where fuel management had an effect, but also where it didn't. And we're able to, and there's a good example of where fuel management provided a direct support to protecting communities in and around the Now area. It's an area was known as the Radar Hill burn for us, where we can show, and see where fire spread was reduced by the fuel management program, but also we can see the contribution that it had to firefighting effort. So we go back each year and we'll understand and try to understand how and where fuel management has been effective, but also where it hasn't been effective. Some of the areas we're looking at right now, and we look into the Hume areas too, we had a significant number of fires start in the Hume area as well as Gippsland. Why was the Hume area, were we more successful in first attack and suppression activities in that area compared to East Gippsland? And a lot of that will come back to the availability of the fuels and the underlying dryness, and even just a small dip that we experienced north of the Divide in the Hume region and south of the Divide in the Gippsland region. But as part of our review of our strategies, we will be going back and looking at our fuel management and understanding what worked well and what didn't work well, and that'll be for all the impacted fire areas across eastern Victoria. And those case studies that I spoke to, I think there's something in the order of 6 that we've just finalised and completed, help us to do that and to sort of ask those questions about why that worked and why that didn't.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Queensland, one of you better positioned than the other to be able to give that response, or do I need to have both?
I can give a very brief one, and then I think Saris might be able to speak to the detail of it. To go to the specifics, yes, we've got a couple of case studies that would come to mind that are good indicators from already our lessons management. One would be with respect to Stanthorpe and Applethorpe, which is southwest Queensland. There was an example where through Queensland's Parks and Wildlife Services contribution to the Area Fire Management Group, a risk location was identified. Very briefly, a hazard reduction burn was performed, and in fact, one of our fires in 2019 that started to the west of that impacted onto that hazard reduction burn, significantly reducing the impact on the township of Stanthorpe, as well as post the wind change to subsequent impact and damages as well. To answer the other part of your question, Commissioner, we are also aware of, from our lessons management, that there are some areas of that burnt in 2019 that are normally traditionally not exposed to bushfire, and in fact that typically won't burn. That is, whilst identified in terms of from a Tretton perspective, it also goes to the aspects of what's really important from a Queenslander or a lessons management perspective of, in one case, we're dealing with the hazard aspect, but really importantly, we also need to consider some of the other aspects of exposure elements, e.g. fire breaks and separation from fuel, and also then the community resilience in terms of the vulnerability aspects. And so they're the factors that we are still doing. I think there's opportunity for improvement in terms of better understanding of all the different interplays of building codes, house protection, defendable space, community resilience activities, as well as hazard reduction activities.
Thanks, Mike. Again, from a QPWS perspective, I think the Stanthorpe example that Mike just provided, there were other examples similar to that where the actions undertaken in terms of preparing for the season, particularly through implementation of the Play and Burn program, achieved outcomes where it protected life and property in the community, in particular in the Peregian fire and also in other fires in the Main Range, Leamington area as well. During that period, there were some 8,000 fires across Queensland. 2% of those fires occurred on our protected area and state forest estate, and of that 2%, 75% of those fires was contained on our estate, largely in response to both the extraordinary work that was undertaken by the firefighters and volunteers working on that, but also the hazard reduction arrangements that were in place for those areas. The seasonal outlook that is provided through QFIS informs our preparations. We knew we were in for a bad year, so we focused heavily on preparing for that bad year, both in terms of implementing our hazard reduction programs, but also being prepared in a response capability.
Okay, thank you very much for that. South Australia, where was the effect that you had expected and where was it not expected?
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, in support and respect of what my interstate colleagues have also said, I just want to make the point, I guess, that each of the major fires that occurred in South Australia, and there are about 6 that we've classed as being our major incidents, including the Cuddly Creek fire in the Adelaide Hills and the Ravine fire complex on Kangaroo Island. Each of those occurred under catastrophic or extreme fire conditions. And as we heard yesterday from the panel of professors, the absolute experts in this field, there are limitations on the success of hazard reduction and preparation activities as the fire danger index increases. So where we saw, at multiple times simultaneously, half of our state under catastrophic fire danger index, it was both forecast and observed. The effects of fuel management and things like that is minimised by the severity of those conditions. So I do just want to make sure we sort of couch any statements with those.
No, I appreciate that and the difficulty of it. I'm just looking to see how you would make that assessment, and then you're going to roll, noting we're actually towards the end of the hazard reduction for this period, for this year, how you roll those lessons. And so what had an expected effect, noting that it was catastrophic, what actually you thought was going to happen and it didn't, and how you roll those lessons in as well.
And so in support of that, I suppose during the fire season, thousands of incidents occurred during our summer here, and of that, 6 fires of significance occurred And so, it is quite arguable, I guess, that we had some pretty good successes, numerous fires across the season, particularly those that occurred outside of those worst fire danger days. In those scenarios, we certainly are keen to evaluate and identify those successes, make sure that we maintain them. If there are areas where we go, well, you know what, from our observed experience in the season, more work is required, then we will target that. Community engagement is obviously one that we target post these. If a community has been impacted by fires, there might be more of a demand for information from residents in the area and surrounding areas about how they can be better prepared as well. So we focus, strategies like that. So I hope that provides, a bit more, I guess, of detail and clarity. It's certainly a continual learning process. And where our bushfire management committees and our state bushfire coordination committee are meeting sort of 4 times a year, there is plenty of opportunity for us to have those conversations and to try and learn from opportunities.
Okay.
If I could just add,
Yes, please.
If I could just add, Commissioners, in South Australia on Kangaroo Island, despite notwithstanding it was a high impact fire, there are pockets of unburnt vegetation on the island that are unburnt because of previous hazard reduction burning, and they've been critical in terms of threatened species conservation and moving forward in terms of the rehabilitation of the island. So we do know that those treatments have provided some unburnt patches within the landscape.
Yeah, and I appreciate that answer as well, and when we're trying to manage the habitats as well. So thank you very much. I will go to my other commissioners for question. Commissioner Bennett.
Thanks, Chair. I've got a couple of areas. Actually, there are 3, but one of them is just I mightn't have time to get to it. But a couple of areas I'd like to understand. I see that for each, in each case we're getting people from the fire commissioner and then the what they're variously named, the departments that are looking after forests and parks. If I can be generic about it, I don't really understand how they work together in terms of. And I think I dare I say it. I think it arose more with Queensland's description of what happens in terms of which information you have access to, how you utilise the information, how you work together, and then if push comes to shove, how the decisions are made, if I can call that, at the interface. We had some community discussions in the submissions about. They could be anecdotal, and I'm not saying they're right. I mean they're wrong, but anecdotal perceptions about how it worked at the interface. Sometimes with 2 people turning up together, or no one, or not working out who's in charge. So I guess I'd just like to have a better understanding of. I'm primarily interested actually in the use of information. Which and I, again from Queensland. I mean, it may have just been because of lists, but which modelling systems do you have access to? Which ones do you apply? Are they the same or are they different? And if so, how does it work? I mean, I know it's a very broad sort of question, but I think you understand what I'm getting at. So if I could have responses from each of the states, I'd be very grateful. South Australia's up because you're on the screen at the moment.
Thank you. No, thank you. Look, we are incredibly integrated. It's a very shared responsibility in this state. The various committees we have, formalise those relationships, but at an informal level as well, we are very closely integrated. The mapping support function and the information that we rely on to provide services in this area is actually provided to us from the Department of Environment and Water, and so seamlessly integrated in that regard. We have not only those formal, bushfire management committees and the state bushfire coordination committee, but we also have at the more tactical level what we call fire management cooperatives, which is where the men and women who are planning and implementing these burns and these strategies can meet and discuss and readjust and strategise, sort of thing, at that level as well. Because these BMCs meet 4 times a year, there is that opportunity too that. And for example, our highly valued volunteers and our firefighting partners from the Metropolitan Fire Service represented on that committee, if there's an area where they have real concern, and whether that's on council land, whether that's on national park or forestry, those are the opportunities to bring those up and say, this is an area we're concerned about. When is work programmed? What kind of work is programmed? And can we reprioritise that if required? So that cooperative relationship is there. And from a response perspective under the legislation, the operational components, the firefighting components of DW of National Parks actually form a brigade of the Country Fire Service. And so there's that seamless command and control function there as well. So hopefully that addresses your question.
It does, thank you. Can I turn to Queensland?
Yes, thanks, Commissioner. If I started with basically the principle, if you will, of the shared responsibility, and to really coin the phrase which is commonly used, you own the land, you own the risk. And so that's the principle or the basis of the aspects of mitigation or the hazard mitigation and the hazard ownership aspect of it. The Queensland arrangements aims to bring together the stakeholders with their available information. We provide the core of those reporting systems in the form of the Phoenix, Amber and Catalyst systems, as I indicated before. Particularly the Catalyst system is the aspect that provides the integration, if you will, from a data information and systems perspective, both from a risk identification and then also a reporting perspective. So that's the common element from a systems perspective.
Excuse me for interrupting, just for 1 second.
Sure.
Do you use the same modelling systems? Because when you listed them earlier on each of you, you referred differently to Phoenix. I think Mr Harris said we have access to it and we're able to use it, and maybe it was the lawyer in me. I didn't actually hear you say we do use it. So whereas you, Mr Wessing, you actually said you do use it. So it was that sort of differentiation, perhaps in my perception, that I was actually focusing on to some degree about whether you actually use the same. Do you use the same modelling systems or do you use different information systems? I mean, that's one of the questions that led me to ask the overarching question. Thank you.
I understand it, Mr Harris, might better answer
While we have access to those systems, it does mean we do use those systems, so they are the same systems. So QFIS administers those systems, and they provide access to other government organisations, including ourselves. So we were able to access and use those systems, and we do, in our planning and response arrangements with regard to fire management.
Okay, and when push comes to shove, when there's an interface, I understand you say that he who owns the land has the responsibility. When push comes to shove, is there really good integration in terms of the prescribed burning modelling, and if there's a dispute, I mean, how do you work it out, I guess?
Yes, Commissioner. Typically, and it's why the Area Fire Management Group is so important from a collaboration perspective in terms of being able to decide what is the risk environment, the mitigation activities, and ultimately the decision making around that. The only, I suppose, if I would go so far as to say a ban in terms of that, would be that at certain times from a hazard reduction burning perspective, there's certain times of the year that then through prescribed guidelines that we exceed those guidelines or those thresholds, then it's too risky to undertake a particular activity. In terms of the types of activities, it is sometimes a negotiated aspect, particularly when you come to tenure blind aspects where there's an interface of multiple blocks of private land with other land tenures, that they are very complex and require a lot of work. And that's why our Operation Cool Burn focuses in those areas, because they are often the areas that you want to do the greatest amount of work in terms of where fire potentially, from an exposure perspective, may impact on an assessment. So that takes a lot of time and effort and in community engagement.
Well, that brings me up, while you're there, that brings me up to the other area I was interested in. You heard, in terms of, I've heard you both discuss the information that you get in and the modelling that you use, but also within a Queensland framework, if I can call it that way. And I know that you all collaborate, you all talk to each other around the country with various fora. But you heard yesterday, I think, that the Victorians made a comment when asked specifically that they could see a role for the Commonwealth in better modelling systems, maybe, ensuring information, the provision of information on a national scale, and that could have, that could come in more at an overarching level, perhaps, for the because what I'm hearing is the various states use their own information gathering, their own, you all have access to some common elements, but there's a lot of local import or differentiated import. I mean, local obviously, because there's obviously local considerations that would have to go into a lot of these decisions, but I'm talking more in that broader question of the information gathering and the modelling use, if I can call it that at this stage. Can you comment on what you see with the suggestion that came yesterday from Victoria on the utility or the usefulness of the sort of national input that could go into that from Queensland's perspective? I'm going to come to the other states.
Certainly, Commissioner. I believe there is opportunity there in terms of, from a broader systems perspective and research perspective, there is a role for the Commonwealth with regard to that. I would go so far as to say that's probably more about less about prescribed outcomes and performance standards, but more certainly from a systems and inputs perspective and understanding. And I would go so far as to say I think part of that is around systems and hazard, but I would come back to also the interplay between other risk elements that are really important in terms of ultimately the protection of life, property, and even the environment, in understanding building codes, where the best public value is and the best investment in terms of building design to defendable space or separation from at risk to reduction of fuel hazards and the like. So to better understand the complexity of all of the intersections of the different elements of risk, I think would be certainly some of the work we're trying to do within Queensland. We've got some really good relationships with many national bodies now, but I think there is an opportunity there.
Thank you very much. I'm being reminded that we're running terribly over time, but I do want to just find out if the other states would agree with that perspective. Perhaps I'll go first to Victoria.
Victoria said it yesterday.
You said it yesterday, Victoria, so maybe I'll go first to South Australia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, we certainly support the research components. I mean, the Commonwealth is uniquely placed to be able to provide that support and ensure that research is well funded and able to occur. The Bushfire Natural Hazard CRC is obviously been doing some tremendous work in this regard. Victoria mentioned things like better understandings of pyroconvective fire behaviour and inclusion of that into our various modelling systems, and we strongly support that, and that is something that requires a national approach to ensure that is well understood. Fully support there being coordinated approaches to research and things like that. As you have touched on, we do talk a lot about the various modelling systems. Our fire behaviour analysts that each state has are able to be deployed across the country and work with within each other's jurisdictions, which speaks to the interoperability of those systems that exist currently. But certainly in that research component, there is a lot of value.
Thank you very much. I'm really being pushed for time. So, Victoria, is there anything, Mr. Webb, that you would wish to add?
You asked around. Oh, you got me?
Yep, got you.
I can hear you. There you go. Just on your first question you asked, so the system ones I think has been answered well. I think one of the ways that we work in Victoria that is really, we plan and model tenure blind. So that conversation you had around what do you do on the interface, we've identified the key areas on that interface that we need to work with the community and local agencies and governments. I think one of the real strengths that we do work in here and look to do more of is strength-based. So we work through the agency that has the connection to the community. So in some places that might be through local government, in some places that might be through the Parks Authority, through the Country Forest Authority, or through ourselves in the department. And that way communities are connecting in a way that makes them, and we integrate all our activities. So that might be weed works that councils are leading that have a fuel management outcome. That might be roadside works that CFA or local council or local roads authorities are doing. But really importantly, it comes off a single planning process that identifies where that risk sits and identifies who and how is the best way to achieve.
Thank you very much.
And we...
All right, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh.
Very quickly, because I know we're short on time. I've heard you all today tell us about your fuel load monitoring systems And I obviously appreciate how important it is for your hazard reduction activities to keep a good eye on those issues. What I heard from you is you use a combination of approaches. One is visual assessment. The second one was plots, by which I take that to mean physical measurement in plots. I'm seeing nodding from the gentleman from Victoria. That's good. And then the third one is modelling approaches, whereby I assume you have accumulation curves that run off past events. Do you see a role or a benefit in having using satellite imagery or using LiDAR as an improved way of capturing data? And do you also see the Commonwealth could play an important role in tracking fuel loads across the country using those sorts of systems? I'll turn firstly to the gentleman from Victoria, because you're nodding.
Absolutely. I think the use of technology to improve our ability to undertake quantitative assessment of fuel loads is really important. And there is work happening. There's a project being led out of RMIT through the CRC on Fuels 3D, which is about using technology to map fuels. And any platforms that we can use, be that remote sensing, be that drones, be that cameras, that actually enable really quick and accurate information. And importantly, that'll really inform our operational planning. So the question earlier about understanding what the season looks like, any of that real-time information that we can put into our modelling will really improve our operational modelling and better improve our strategic planning through a better understanding of the fuel accumulation curve. So I think what we really need here is we can describe the need, and then we need the opportunity with the Commonwealth in particular to talk about what are the tools and techniques that might be there. Probably not going to, can a satellite do this, and asking that question. I think we're really, really interested in having that conversation with a number of the Commonwealth level institutions.
Thanks, Mr. Webb. Do the other jurisdictions have anything to add, or does Mr. Webb accurately describe your position as well? Wave if you have major differences. I don't see any.
Okay,
so I'll
good
take
job.
it.
Never wave at a Royal Commission. Okay, right.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'll just add,
South Australia, I think.
Mr. Williams.
I just want to say I would add that I would support what Victoria said, because it would be useful from a planning, response and evaluation process, point of view.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much. And gentlemen, thank you this morning. It's been very informative. Mr. Tokley?
Thank you very much, Chair. Gentlemen, the questions that came from Commissioner Bennett and Commissioner McIntosh, in fact, covered topic number 2 that we were going to cover. So that has been dealt with. So that completes this morning's panel. Chair, if Mr. Harris could be excused, but he's also returning tomorrow, and then if the remainder of the panel participants could be released from their summonses.
The remainder can be released, and we look forward to seeing Mr. Harris.
Thank you very much, Chair. And if we could adjourn for perhaps 15 minutes?
15 minutes. We'll adjourn until 11:30 Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you, Mr. Toke.
The Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr Tokley, let's proceed, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, Commissioners, I'll be calling a number of persons from some different states and territories. I think I'll go through each of them and get them sworn first. So if I could have Mr Rob Rogers, the Commissioner for the New South Wales Rural Fire Service first, please.
Mr Rogers, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning.
And Mr Rogers, will you take the oath or affirmation?
Take the oath, please.
Mr. Rogers, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And the next is Mr Stefan Dehaan, who's the Manager, Fire Management Services Branch, Western Australian Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions. And Stefan, will you take the oath or affirmation? I'm sorry, Stefan, I couldn't hear you. You may be able to hear me, but I can't hear you.
I'll take the affirmation, please.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Dehaan, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next witness is Miss Georgina Whelan, who's the Commissioner of the ACT Emergency Services Agency. And Georgina, will you take the...
Good morning.
Good morning. Will you take the oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath, please.
Miss Whelan, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And then we have Mr Neil Cooper, who's the Senior Director, Fire Management Unit, ACT Parks and Conservation Service. And Mr Cooper, will you take the oath or affirmation?
Sorry. Yes, good morning. The oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And then we have Mr Ken Bolsh, the Director of Policy and Planning, Bushfires, Northern Territory. And Mr Bolsh, will you take the affirmation or oath?
Morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Mr. Bolsh, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Mr Jonathan Vey, the Assistant Director, Planning Services, Northern Territory Department of Tourism, Sport and Culture. And Jonathan, will you take the oath or affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Vey, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Participants this morning will be going through, I hope, 3 topics. The first of those topics is your jurisdiction's high-level arrangements or architecture for the mitigation of natural hazards through land management, including the strategic objectives and priorities with reference to bushfires. I will announce each of the topics before we address them. I will ask each of you in turn to speak to those topics, and then at the end of each topic there may be some questions from the commissioners. If I may turn first to New South Wales. And Mr Rogers, could you please outline the State of New South Wales high-level arrangements or architecture for the mitigation of natural hazards through land management? Feel free to use bushfires as an example of a natural hazard, And if you would also please address the objectives and priorities for hazard reduction.
Certainly. So for bushfires, the Rural Fires Act is the peak act in the state of New South Wales. It constitutes what's called a bushfire coordinating committee. That coordinating committee has 13 members. It has myself as the chair, but basically everybody that has to be involved in bushfires. So land management agencies, fire agencies, law enforcement, local government, environmental agencies. So everybody that's a player, and that's the peak body for the state. Now, as a subset of that, there's what's called local bushfire management committees that are established across the state, and they are either single or groups of local government areas, and they have similar representation on each of those committees, and each of those committees is charged with carrying out a number of functions. Number one is to have an operations plan on how agencies work together in that particular local area in the event of fire. The other one is to create a fire trail plan for the area, and the other one is a risk plan. And that risk plan is basically an assessment of that local government or group of local government areas, and it basically looks at what are the risks in the area, and then it basically puts those into a hierarchy of risk, starting off obviously at the upper end of catastrophic, major, moderate, and then minor. And those risks are assessed based on their threat to either human settlement, environmental asset, or other assets. When you start going into things like human settlement, there's another assessment that goes on that basically looks at things of distance between vegetation and the settlement itself, the size of the settlement, and that all, inputs into the priorities that are assigned to that particular area. Once those priorities, which are the ones that I ran through before, are assigned, there's then a treatment schedule prepared that basically identifies how we're then going to treat those areas. And that treatment could be from mechanical works, it could be community education, it could be hazard reduction, burns, and each of those areas I should have also said, it also creates things like asset protection zones, strategic fire advantage zones, and land management zones across the landscape. And within those, obviously those risk areas, then those targeted treatments are identified. And then obviously the agency that has responsibility for that land, and if that's, say, a national park, clearly national parks would have primary responsibility, but it could be public land like council land, so it could be RFS, it could be private land, but generally agencies work together in getting all those works done. I'm not sure if that's covered everything you were looking for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, I was wondering, do the objectives and priorities vary according to the land tenure, or are they the same and they only vary according to the nature of the risk?
No, they only vary due to the nature of the risk. The land tenure, the only thing that may affect it from a land tenure point of view, you might find on some of the public lands that may be more known about that land, and in which case some environmental risks may be highlighted, more comprehensively than it might be on other land.
Thank you. And I, in your answer, I think that you mentioned the higher order of risk assessment that's undertaken. And so is it fair to say that the objectives and priorities are driven by a risk-based approach to hazard reduction?
Yeah, absolutely. And those risks obviously are first and foremost risk to life and property. And obviously then environment. But, we assess where human settlements are, what the risks are to those human settlements, and then obviously what we need to do to protect them. But yeah, it's absolutely driven by a hierarchy of risk.
Thank you. I imagine that we'll come to this in the planning process as well, but I imagine that the objectives and priorities may be influenced by circumstances unique to the jurisdiction, for example, the geography or...
Well, I think and certainly, the risk itself, but also the treatments. The treatments may well need to be tailored to the particular area. And if you look at some of the areas where there's, say, ridgetop development, like somewhere like Sydney, for example, where you've got ridgetop development, national parks in valleys below that, mechanical treatment is very, very difficult to get in behind homes, because if you do clear the vegetation, you'll cause things like instability on those slopes. And so things like hazard reduction burns become quite an important part to try and minimise the risk, but very, very resource intensive in trying to get them in those areas that are completely surrounded by very densely populated areas and pockets of bushland that still pose quite a hazard if they're ignited in the wrong particular day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rogers. I might now turn to the Australian Capital Territory. And
Good morning.
good morning, Ms. Whalen. Mr. Cooper, I would be grateful if you could outline your jurisdiction's high-level arrangements or architecture for the mitigation of natural hazards through land management. And again, please feel free to use bushfire as an example of natural hazards, and also, if you would, in your answers, take into account the objectives and priorities for hazard reduction.
Absolutely. So there's a sound framework under which we operate in the ACT, obviously informed first and foremost by our legislation, the Emergencies Act, and then a series of cascading policies and plans that guide our approach. The architecture that we have within the ACT, and I'll step through that in a moment, provides a combination of the strategic direction, oversight, governance, and informs how we plan and prepare to respond. Of course, this is also informed in the ACT by ongoing research and the close working relationship we have with our states and territories through AFAC. The system under which we operate is captured very comprehensively in the ACT Strategic Bushfire Management Plan. We've had this plan for the last 15 years in the ACT, and it's delivered in 5-year cycles in accordance with the Emergencies Act, each cycle lasting 5 years. Our plan reflects the continuous and incremental approach we take to bushfire prevention, how we manage and develop emerging firefighting capability, and how we balance the needs in terms of the capacity we require across the ACT. Of course, we have very extensive, by the nature of our size and ability to engage readily with our community, we have significant community engagement and education that complements and also informs the plan. Now, our plan has 5 themes. I'll touch on those in a moment, 12 key objectives, and 92 actions that fall out of those 12 objectives. And this plan is informed by management approach we take, behaviour of fire across our landscape. It's factoring in changes to climate and seasonal weather patterns, national and international lessons learned, and of course, as I mentioned before, our community feedback. Key to the question you've just put to us is 2 sections of the plan. The first one clearly articulates the context and our approach to risk management, and the second part looks at bushfire risk and how we address that through fuel reduction, fire access, our approach to adaptive management and climate change, and the close relationship we have particularly with our land managers, EPSDD, who manage 80% of the land across the ACT, and informs the approach that we take. Section 1 of our plan clearly articulates the governance arrangements to ensure that we have the oversight and the intersection of a whole of government approach to managing the risk to bushfire in the ACT. This includes our Security and Emergency Management Senior Officials Group, who provide that strategic direction, Our Security and Emergency Management Planning Group, whose membership spans the entirety of the ACT government directorates and agencies, who have a part to play, whether it be in support of or leading on the action and achieving the directive, and also ensures that we have the linkages in through our legislation. Key to this then, and what falls out of that, is the series of plans and sub-plans that guides our actions over that 5-year cycle. And we've done this to ensure that the ACT can mitigate, plan for and respond to emergencies such as bushfires. It also clearly articulates to us the importance of our relationship with our strategic partners. And as an island within the within New South Wales, our strategic relationship with New South Wales, RFS in particular, is very important. And the plan outlines the various memorandums of understanding and cross-border relationships and means of managing cross-border issues across the ACT. Understanding, identifying risk to inform our approach to methodologies and mitigations also articulates the approach we will take to treatment. The SBNP articulates our whole of government integrated agency and directed approach to this through a series of cascading plans and activities. First and foremost, the plan identifies our bushfire-prone areas across the ACT and clearly articulates our fire management zones as warranting priority fuel management actions and also the appropriate access for our fire agency. The Strategic Bushfire Management Plan also touches upon planning and development controls to lower the risk, including land management plans. And the hierarchy of plans and where they sit in our continuum of managing and responding to the risk of bushfire is outlined in the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan. This includes our Regional Fire Management Plan, our Bushfire Plans, our Response and Coordination Plans, our Standards, and as I mentioned, our cross-border arrangements. The Section 2 of the plan that I referenced clearly looks at broad area fuel reduction practices and fire access. Specifically, the plan outlines the strategies and the specific actions to be taken. These actions are allocated to the most appropriate area or agency across government and articulates the required outcomes, which are then monitored and evaluated through the governance construct we have developed, which oversees the execution of the actions under the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan, and also a second layer of governance, which is the ACT Bushfire Council, in which we report to on a monthly basis. Overall, the close working relationship between the ACT Emergency Services Agency, our land managers, predominantly EPSDD, our rural landholders, who we remain engaged with through our Firewise program, and the work that we do across the other minor landholders, provides us with the situational awareness, the lists of key high-risk tasks that we must undertake, and then the governance framework under which we then monitor and provide that level of surveillance to the activities that's undertaken.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Whalen. Commissioner Whalen, would it be fair to say that the priorities, as appears to be the same in other jurisdictions, that is, first and foremost, there's the protection of life, property and the environment?
Oh, absolutely. So life, property and the environment, obviously for us, is paramount, followed by that delicate balance between understanding the needs of our ecosystem, working with the community, and also then factoring in our urban and rural land planning requirements as well.
And is it fair to say that the objectives and priorities remain the same regardless of land tenure?
Yes, they do. And I would say that the approach that we're taking, as introduced in the ACT last year through our principal land managers, EPSDD, in terms of residual risk and the approach to a residual risk-based management practices underpinned by our adaptive management strategies, allow us to maintain not just a situational awareness, but I think underpins the efficacy of the steps that we take in terms of risk reduction.
Thank you. And is it also fair to say that the overall, the approach that's taken is a risk-based approach, that is the risk to those priorities?
Absolutely, it's very much aligned to that.
Thank you. To what extent, if at all, are the objectives or priorities influenced by circumstances unique to the jurisdiction, for example, geography?
Obviously, geography is a key issue for us, and as I mentioned before, particularly where our risk areas are, the importance of the cross-border relationships and memorandums of understanding that we have with New South Wales.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Whalen. I was wondering, does Mr. Cooper wish to add to any of what the Commissioner has said, or?
Yes, Councillor, I would like to, if that's okay.
Yes, of course.
So, as the Commissioner mentioned, there's the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan, which is the overarching document. My agency, the Parks and Conservation Service, sits under Environment Planning and Sustainability and Development Directorate, a bit of a mouthful. But in the ACT, we manage over 70% of the land in the ACT. Now, the ACT is not that big. However, we are the major landowner or land manager. The SBMP, the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan, requires the development of an annual bushfire operational plan by every land manager. So obviously ours is quite large. The system is such that the annual bushfire operation plan is purely an annual works plan. What we needed, and we realised some time ago, is more of a longer term look across the landscape. So we developed what we call the Regional Fire Management Plan. And that's a 5-year plan with a 10-year outlook. So it's looking more, because fuel management is more than 1 year's worth of work. It's an amalgam of each year's subsequent workload. How we did that, you mentioned risk management before. Several years ago, we unashamedly talked to our colleagues in Victoria and utilised the residual risk concept that I know was spoken about yesterday. We divided the ACT up into 1 kilometre grids. We ran 7,000 fires, 530,000 simulations, because what we wanted to do was to see where we got the best outcome, the most reduction in risk from our activities. So in doing that modelling through Phoenix Rapid Fire and residual risk, we're able to identify where we were best suited to undertake fuel management. Now, that fuel management could be a range of things. As other people have mentioned, it's not just burning. There's chemical, there's physical removal, there's grazing, slashing, etc. So we came up with a list of areas that we needed, or we thought we needed to treat to reduce the residual risk across the territory over a 5-year period. That document goes out to public consultation. Everyone looks at it, been approved, and now we just draw our annual bushfire operational plan out of that regional fire management plan. I suppose the one other thing, I know we'll probably talk about risk later on, but we've added to what Victorians have done, and we've used a program called Woodstock, which enables us to optimise when and where we undertake that fuel management, taking into account ecological issues, water catchment values, and a range of other things. So, yes, it is life and property, we know that, but being a land manager, the ecosystem and the environment comes a very strong third. So we've developed our fuel management around making sure that we look after the environment as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. I'll now turn to Mr. Stefan de Haan from Western Australia. And Stefan,
yes, Mr. Tockley.
Okay, Stefan, could you please outline your jurisdiction's high-level arrangements or architecture for mitigation of natural hazards through land management? And again, please feel free to use bushfires as an example of a natural hazard. And would you also, in your answer, refer to the objectives and priorities for hazard reduction?
Certainly. In terms of how DBCA Parks and Wildlife Service address this issue, we operate under the state strategic control priorities for all hazards. So much like the other jurisdictions, protection and preservation of life takes primacy. There are another suite of state strategic control priorities below that around communities, critical infrastructure, community livelihoods, and importantly for us as a land management agency, environmental and heritage values. So I guess that approach is the framework under which we operate in terms of our risk reduction. Now, in terms of Western Australia, we're obviously a very large state from south to north and west to east. So we do have a variability of approach across our regions. So I guess I'll focus largely on what we do in the southwest forests, because we've got a long history of risk mitigation in that space, but also touch on, I guess, some of the nuance maybe in some of the non-forest remote regions. So in terms of the southwest forests, I guess we've got a long history, as I mentioned, of 60 plus years of an approach to risk mitigation that's been heavily informed by research, applied science and operational evidence. And what that has indicated to us is that basically within those forests, if we're able to maintain the broader landscape at a fuel age of about 45% of the lands that we manage at less than 6 years of age, we will see a significant reduction in the extent of bushfires that occur across that landscape. So that's our, I guess, the overarching approach to how we address some of the more finer scale targets below that. And out of that 45% of less than 6 years, that roughly equates to us undertaking 200,000 hectares of prescribed burning on an annual basis. And I guess I also must sort of add in there that we do use a lot of other measures, mechanical mitigation, weed control, those types of things, but predominantly in the West Australian context and in the southwest, prescribed burning is our major risk mitigation tool, backed up by that sound research base that we have. So then below that nominal 200,000 hectare target, we have land management zones, which are basically concentric land management zones around urban environments, town settlements, etc. So we have 3 zones, and within those zones, I guess the first zone goes from the interface out to about 3.5 kilometres, and we break down that larger nominal target to aim to achieve about 20,000 hectares of prescribed burning within that immediate 0 to 3.5k zone around settlements. Then we move out to 3.5k to the 11k zone, where we aim to achieve about 70,000 hectares, and then out into the broader landscape, where we aim to achieve about 110,000 hectares. And I guess that breakdown across those 3 zones is in recognition of how fire behaves in that environment, and particularly in both the dry and the wet eucalypt forest, recognises the issues that can be caused by spotting. So that's the overarching context in the southwest, and then from that we develop a 3-year indicative burn program, which I guess guides where we will go with our risk reduction measures. What drops out of that is some of those other mitigation techniques that I've talked about, but again, the focus on prescribed burning. And then that 3-year indicative program, I guess there's a fair degree of flexibility built into that to recognise, I guess, that we need to adjust that on an annual basis in recognition of whatever bushfires we may have over our summer months, or based on what our achievements are in risk mitigation. And then that informs our approach to an annual burn program, which is more the operational implementation on a yearly basis. And there's a feedback loop from that on an annual basis, which I guess informs the redevelopment of the 3-year indicative program and both the annual program. So that's in the southwest of the state. And what also informs that process across all regions, including our southwest regions, are our regional fuel management plans, which I guess identify at a finer scale the regional priorities around risk related to protection and preservation of life, and obviously a lot of the other land management values that we have in our charter. In recognition of the fact that we've got that quite robust framework in the southwest and have done for some years, in our non-forest regions we have not had that. And that's a recognition of, I guess, where the bulk of the population of Perth is, where I guess the distribution of the lands that we manage are, but there is a need to have a more robust framework that we can apply across the state, including the southwest. And so we're in the process of rolling out, I guess, a more contemporary program that is based on some of those principles that I talked about in the southwest, which sees us breaking the state down into 8 bushfire risk management zones that have similar natural and social values. And then in broad terms, we group the various vegetation types into 13 different fuel types that are based on their structure and arrangement. And then below that, in sort of mirroring that zonation approach that I talked about, we then break that down into a settlement hazard separation zone, critical infrastructure buffer, landscape risk reduction, remote area management zones. And within each of those zones, we define a level of acceptable risk, which equates to really, I guess, a target of how much fuel we need to treat to get that acceptable level of risk. For example, in the eucalypt forest, in that settlement hazard separation zone, within about 5 kilometres of settlements, we'd be seeking to have 60% of the fuel less than a threshold intensity or less than 6 years of age. So that's our broad approach there. And I guess one other thing, that I need to sort of highlight is we obviously have a framework, but that framework is heavily informed by the embedded research capacity we have in the agency and have maintained for many decades. So I guess there's continuous learning and refinement as we go there. And what also can't be overstated is the input of professional judgment of fire practitioners as well into that approach.
Thank you very much, Stefan. I might now turn to the Northern Territory and to Ken Bolsch and Jonathan Vey. And gentlemen, I'll leave it to you to decide who answers the question or whether it's both of you. But again, could we start with a brief outline of your jurisdiction's high-level arrangements or architecture for the mitigation of natural hazards through land management, and again using bushfires as an example of natural hazard, having regard in your answers to the objectives and priorities for hazard reduction. And Ken, is that convenient for you to answer that question?
Yeah, thank you, Council. Jonathan, with your permission, I'll start off. I think that I'll focus on bushfire mitigation. In the Northern Territory, the Bushfires Management Act applies across all of the territory apart from the major urban areas. And so, in effect, it's about 99.8% of the land area of the territory that the Act applies to. The Act is tenure blind. It applies equally across all tenures, pastoral leasehold, freehold, Aboriginal land and so on. And at its core, the Act allocates responsibility for bushfire management to the landowner. It doesn't aim to exclude fire. It recognises fire as an important land management tool, and it allows people in most cases to use fire that way. In terms of the structure of the way, the high-level structure of management of bushfire, the Act establishes a Bushfires Council, which has a role to advise government and the minister on bushfire matters, and it sets up a series of regional bushfire committees. As I said, it doesn't focus on fire exclusion. In most cases, it allows the use of fire as a land management tool. It's important, I think, in the territory context to realise that the use of fire to manage land has occurred continuously for millennia, for a very, very long time. And the use of fire by traditional owners and their ancestors is widely accepted as a sensible land management approach and a sensible mitigation approach. And it's now widely adopted by other land managers as well in the Northern Territory. It's common, for example, if I can give an example, the northwest top end of the territory where Darwin is and where most of the population and many of the much of the infrastructure and assets are. It's not uncommon for 25 to 30% of the land area of the northwest top end to be burned early in the season to reduce fuel and to mitigate bushfire hazards. There are some areas where a higher level of regulatory control is invoked by the Act. These areas are called fire protection zones, and they're declared in areas around the major population centres. The higher level of regulatory control really comes down to requirements for establishing fire breaks and for needing to obtain a permit before using fire in those areas. I may not have mentioned that in the wider areas of the territory, outside of those fire protection zones, you do not need a permit to obtain a permit before using fire for land management purposes. In terms of breaking down that sort of regulatory framework a little bit more, the territory is divided into 5 fire management zones, and those zones are areas of where there are common social and environmental values, I suppose. There's one in the arid zone, there's one in the grasslands where the major pastoral areas are, and so on. The Act also establishes a regional bushfires committee for each one of those zones. And my organisation, Bushfires NT, works closely with those committees to produce regional bushfire management plans for each of those fire management zones. The plans identify and assess risks, and they discuss available resources and treatments for those risks. And they're published and widely promoted to landowners in those regions as they provide a lot of advice and guidance for fire management. And a large part of that advice relates to mitigation activities and where and when they should take place. At a more local level, particularly in the fire protection zones, the Act allows the establishment of volunteer bushfire brigades. It's important to understand that the volunteer brigades in the Northern Territory are better thought of as groups of landowners working together or collaborating to manage fire in their area, rather than, I guess, additions to existing fire management agencies. My organisation, Bushfires NT, isn't a fire management agency. It's not a response agency. It works with landowners and with those volunteer brigades to help them manage fire on their land. So we work extensively with landowners and volunteer brigades in the fire protection zones to plan hazard reduction activities and to plan and implement hazard reduction activities. That's, I think, in a nutshell, the structure of fire management in the Territory. But I could perhaps pass to Jonathan for a little more detail about how that works on the ground.
Thank you, Mr. Balch. Jonathan's answer may be more relevant to topic number 2, which is about planning. So perhaps we could wait till we get to topic number 2, and I'll just see if the commissioners have any questions arising out of topic number 1, which was the high-level arrangements or architecture regarding mitigation of natural hazards through land management.
Yes, I do, and it might actually lead the conversation a little bit into the next part as well. And for the witnesses, if you followed yesterday, one of the things that we're interested in is in that planning and the architecture is obviously the delineation of authorities and responsibilities. Now, some of the states have a single fire authority, bushfire authority, or whatever. Most of the states have a number of authorities that all have actions to do with bushfire mitigation and then the actions during a fire. Now, we're talking about planning at the moment. We're talking about hazard reduction. Now, we had a statement yesterday from one of the witnesses, you own the land, you own the risk. That's all well and good. That might be the risk mitigation, but actually if something gets out of control off your land, you don't own the risk, you've spread the risk to someone else. And so we're trying to get a good understanding at the architecture level of how that is managed within the states from a coordination point of view. For example, who looks at what is the critical infrastructure from a state point of view, from a system point of view, and then how does that flow down? Now, you talk about at the local level, many of you local level, that they look at the critical infrastructure, look at assets and all that, and look to put in their plans around it. But is it fair to say then that it's left to the local level, or is there a higher level decision-making process of delineating that critical infrastructure and flowing that down? And I might go to New South Wales first, just to talk about that, please. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Commissioner. So in New South Wales, it's, and I think those statements about owning the hazard are indeed correct, but I do take your point about that those hazards can easily spread from a particular land, and that applies to private land, public land, the whole range. I guess from a risk planning point of view, we have these local bushfire management committees that are all the players involved, including people like farmers and the like, to try and bring in those private landowners as well. And in carrying out the work in executing the risk plan on a 5-year cycle, they're obviously expected to carry out the work that's been assigned to them that they've committed to do. But there is a reporting regime that happens each time the committees meet, and indeed the State Bushfire Committee, Bushfire Coordinating Committee, gets reports on how each of those committees are performing from a point of view of having hazard reduction burns, the environmental checks done, the plans done to actually get the work actually done, like the mechanical works, there's resources sorted to do the burns. So all of those things come into a centralised system that at a state level. It's an all-agency system called BRIMS, and basically that system then provides reports to the coordinating committee. And that coordinating committee, chaired by myself, has all of the very senior members of those agencies. And at that level, we're talk through how we're going and how we're going as far as achieving those plans. And if there needed some intervention at that point, then obviously that can occur from that level. Taking a more tactical view of that, where you've got, say, a hazard that's not being managed on land, be it public or private, anybody has the ability to complain to the Commissioner of the RFS, myself, about a hazard that someone owns that they're not managing appropriately. And then our agency will inspect that hazard. If we determine that there is indeed a failing on behalf of that landowner in managing that hazard, then we'll direct that landowner to carry out that work. So whilst there's a multitude of agencies involved in the carrying out of this work, the lead agency in New South Wales is the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, and that's very much ensconced in both the Rural Fires Act, but also in the State Emergency Management Act as well from an operational point of view. So I think it's fair to say that there's quite a tight hierarchical structure that outlines, the responsibilities as it arises at both a local level, land manager, be it public or private.
Okay, that's a good answer. I've got a question for now. When we first looked at this session, we actually asked for a New South Wales Parks and Wildlife representative in this session from a planning point of view, and that didn't occur for various reasons. We have a member this afternoon. I'll put this question to them, but to you, I'll put it to you, and it'll be an example. You don't have to answer it specifically that, but I'll give you the issue that concerns us. The one thing that regularly comes up, whether it's interaction with the public through the public submissions and the like, and it's been a constant, has been a comment or issues with National Park and Wildlife Service where it's been a fire might have started there or might not have started there, but when it got into that land, it took off and it was difficult to manage. And so the common views out there were that this was due to not as much hazard reduction in those areas, fire breaks not being appropriate, fire trails being blocked and the like. In those sorts of circumstances, it could be public land, could be whatever, those sorts of circumstances, as the authority, if you were to see issues in this planning that you would see as a risk to a coming season or a risk to the strategy not occurring as planned at the high level at the coordination committee, what authorities do you have across departments to be able to try and bring that your call as a professional on bringing the risk down in an area that you might see?
Well, I guess the authority very much orientates itself towards a hazard against something. And I'm paraphrasing here.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
And it's very much about what's at risk. But I mean, if we look at last season, and I know exactly the comments that you're talking about, and obviously I've heard them myself, and I know that there's been similar representations to the state inquiry, for example, that we've been questioned from that inquiry. And I think it's fair to say that what we saw was where we've had these lightning strikes that occurred right across the state from the Queensland border down to the Victorian border throughout that season. And most of the lightning strikes that occurred on the mountain ranges. Most of those mountain ranges are national parks by nature of the very terrain that they're in. Mm-hmm. So I guess there's an issue there where fires start in those areas, and we've got to obviously, I think out of this season, look at those areas and work out how we treat those differently. But so to go to your point, I don't think from a New South Wales perspective that we're saying that everything we do is great and there's nothing more to do here. I think there is more to do here, and I think we have to learn lessons from this last season. And I think we need to understand and wait for results of inquiries, of course, about how we deal with those. And I guess and to getting around to the point about authorities, having the authority to do something and the ability to do something is two different things. And I guess from a New South Wales perspective, we have 48 million hectares of bushfire-prone land in the state. And, you think about the quantum of that land to treat is quite difficult. 20 million hectares of that are forests. And trying to treat those areas, and I know people like National Parks and Wildlife work very hard, as do other agencies, in trying to get as much hazard reduction done as we can. So I guess to the answer, and I know I've gone a little bit of a long way around answering your question, but there's no point in expecting something to be done if it's not capable of being done. So I think that what we're clearly looking at trying to do out of this last season is understand how we might do things differently and how we might do things in a different way to achieve a better result. the complexities of getting hazard reduction done are enormous. And I could probably talk for some time on this, but I won't stray too far from your question.
No, I appreciate that. And with that question, I'm sort of reading the submissions and what we have. I've read the Bushfire Management Committee guidance that I think must flow from the Bushfire Coordination Committee down on. And I notice it's a dated document. It's back in about 2008, I think, that it was produced, and it left a lot of questions as I went through it. But I noticed you gave a very detailed RFS response prior to this, which I won't call up, that had a lot more detail in it. And obviously there is a lot more detail that goes into these planning functions. And also noted that you're looking to update that guidance to the lower committees. Can you just tell us maybe some areas that you're going to go in providing better guidance for this planning for the committees so that they can do this hazard reduction?
Yeah, certainly. And I think one of them is the new version risk plan that we're piloting at the moment. And it's a risk plan that meets the ISO standard on risk management. And it basically uses the Phoenix rapid fire simulator to basically simulate a whole lot of fire across the landscape, and then determining what assets are at risk and to what level they're at risk throughout the landscape. And rather than using more of a manual method, which is and sort of some more crude methods to inform our current framework, this would be a bit more consistency right across the landscape, and it would look at the current fuels plus 5 years based on the life of the plan being 5 years, and then the fuel load based on the projected treatment regime, what the residual fuel load that would be left. And then it will obviously have a relative risk reduction, and then be able to us to be able to focus our resources better in ensuring that we can address the risk, residual risk, as we go into each season. At the moment, I mean, we can look at hazard reductions where they've occurred, and indeed we do look at those every year when we've got fires occurring. And it's interesting, in the last fire season, sometimes hazard reductions work really well, sometimes they really didn't even seem to cause the fire. So I think there's some significant work we need to do more about looking at the quality of hazard reductions and making sure we're accurately reporting those. But so I guess so this new plan, which operates on what's called a Bayesian network, which I think has been used in the medical scenarios, we think from a risk management perspective will be much more superior than what we currently do, and we're piloting that, as I mentioned, at the moment. The other thing I might just mention is the introduction of the Guardian system, which will replace our current BRIMS network, which will basically be, again, an all-agency in reporting everything that goes on, so there's a one-stop shop from a state point of view. The New South Wales government's invested significantly into this system to ensuring that it's going to be available this year, indeed, to ensure that there's also a community portal for that, so people will be able to go in there, look into their particular area, see what's occurred, see what's planned to occur, and obviously be in a position to get much better data and information from fire authorities than they've been able to traditionally do. So both of those areas are things that we see as quite exciting for us, and be able to deliver a better service to people, and indeed the various fire authorities across the state.
Thank you for that. That's a good segue. What I'll do is I'll actually give you a breather. My colleagues will have a couple of questions on information and the like for that. I know a colleague on the left will have a little bit more he'd like to draw out on where you might see your strategy going. If I can go to the island within New South Wales and just to Georgina and Mr. De Cooper, just quickly. And so, Commissioner Whelan, you mentioned working closely with RFS and the like, but also note bordering to the west of the ACT is New South Wales Parks and Wildlife Service land. And I know that you work with Mr. Cooper very closely in all this, but can you just talk about how you work a strategy where there's actually 4 agencies all working together for a common cause here, and how you do bring that together? And if there is an issue on a priority, who gets the call and how you try and sort that out?
Thank you, Commissioner. So, as I touched upon very briefly in the first question this morning, the architecture under which we operate in the ACT lends itself to probably a more robust and reliable mechanism for influencing and affecting the change or the direction that needs to be undertaken by the various agencies that have been allocated the key objectives and actions under those objectives from the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan. So obviously in my role as the Commissioner of the Emergency Services Agency, under our umbrella, of course, is the Rural Fire Service, Urban Fire and Rescue, the State Emergency Service and our Ambulance Service. The Fire Management Unit and response capability that sits within Parks and Conservation becomes a brigade under the Rural Fire Service when we move into a response phase. Leading up to that, in terms of the allocation of accountabilities and responsibilities, I approve all of the fire management zone areas of allocation. I also approve all the bushfire operational plans from all of the land managers that Mr. Cooper referred to earlier in the piece. And as a consequence of that, I can either work directly with an accountable area for their delivery on those objectives and actions. And if we hit a point of friction where prioritisation has to occur, ultimately through our auditing process, but most importantly, our security and emergency management senior operations group is the platform or the mechanism that I would utilise for a higher level officials group to be able to discuss and where I can make my very strong recommendations on prioritisation, and it's an environment where I can articulate the risk associated with a lack of achievement against those objectives and those actions. Of course, from a government directorate and agency perspective, that's a very robust framework. We also have 182 land leaseholders within the ACT, majority of which border on the Namadgi National Park. It's only 182 in comparison with our colleagues from across the country. Having said that, we have what we call our Farm Firelife program, which is led by the Rural Fire Service here in the ACT, where we have an ability to have direct liaison with the farm holders. We oversee their land management plans, which are reviewed on a 5-yearly cycle. We also engage with those landholders twice a year. So there's an ability for us to work with the landholders in a cooperative and supporting sense on the actions that as individuals they need to undertake. But in terms of New South Wales parks, it's very important for us because we have this massive land that sits directly to our west and obviously into New South Wales. And I might just hand over, Commissioner, to Mr. Cooper to talk about, just as we have a very strong relationship from a commission level, ESA level and Rural Fire Service level with Mr. Rogers and his team in New South Wales RFS, I might get Mr. Cooper to outline the working relationship between New South Wales and ACT from a parks and conservation perspective.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Cooper.
Thanks, Commissioner, both Commissioner Whelan and the Royal Commissioner. Basically we have an exceptional working relationship with our colleagues in New South Wales Parks. We're both land managers. We're both tasked with managing the country on behalf of our traditional owners. And we do that to the best of our ability. To do that, we can't treat the ACT as an island in the middle of nowhere. You mentioned before that it's surrounded by New South Wales. Any activities or any risk reduction that we try and achieve in the ACT is greatly influenced by what our neighbours in New South Wales do. Likewise, anything that we do in the ACT greatly impacts our neighbours to the east of the ACT. So the residual risk process I mentioned before, it didn't just include the area covered by the ACT. It ventured out into the landscape, particularly to the northwest, which is where our predominant fire weather comes from. That's where we work closely with New South Wales Parks about how we can integrate our respective fuel management programs to achieve the ultimate outcome of reducing risk to the assets in the ACT. And that they're involved in that scheduling. We assist them undertaking burns. They assist us, and it's a very good relationship. Where we want to go into the future is broaden that residual risk modelling even further into New South Wales. So at the moment, New South Wales run a 3-year planning process, New South Wales Parks. They're interested in our 5-year plan with a 10-year outlook, and that will really suit us as well. So as early as next week, when I'm back from holidays, we'll be meeting with some of the New South Wales Parks people to further that discussion. But as the Commissioner Whelan just mentioned before, how we prioritise assets, it's really under the Strategic Bushfire Management Plan. That sets up the standards and the zones, and then we as the largest land manager provide quite a substantial bushfire operational plan, which the Commissioner actually approves. So that's linked in with our budget. We identify what we can do within our budget. The Commissioner endorses that. It also goes through our Bushfire Council, and then as a checking mechanism, the Rural Fire Service audit that externally every quarter. So every 3 months, we get an audit from the ACT Rural Fire Service with a full audit at the end of the year, which is reported to the ACT government and in the annual report. So it's like a checking mechanism that we've got to be on our game as well. And as the Commissioner said, we're responsible basically for managing fuel on the land that we manage and preventing fire starting or leaving that land. And if there is fire suppression, a fire starts, it is the ESA, the Commissioner's responsibility, and we assist the Commissioner by supplying resources and skilled people to help out in that situation.
Thank you for that. We appreciate you coming in off your holiday for this. I do note the light reading in the bookcase behind you as well. We'll go to another unique situation, the Northern Territory. I've just got one question for the Territory and for Mr. Balch. You said outside the fire protection zones you don't need a permit to burn, and understand that for the size of the Territory and the population base. How do you manage those other residual risks, or risks that are there for people who are burning outside those zones where it may impact the zones? For example, the one that comes to mind is smoke. So how do you control that? And I know from the visit that we had up there that it's not a big issue, but it's an issue that's within the population that they're concerned about. So how do you coordinate and manage that risk in your hazard reduction? You're still on mute, I think.
Apologies, Commissioner. When I said that a permit's not required outside of a fire protection zone, in most circumstances that's true, although there are occasions when we declare a fire danger period, when we consider the fire danger to be very high. It's a seasonal thing, and when a fire danger period is declared over an area, then you do require a permit in that area. But during the normal period of mitigation, that wouldn't be the case, so you would not require a permit. As to how that's managed, I guess it's, there's no regulatory capacity to manage that. It's monitored, and We work with landowners to develop their plans. Hazard reduction burning, the scale of it is something that we pay more and more attention to in recent years, and we are working with landowners to try and limit the amount of land that needs to be burned by using different techniques around mosaic burning rather than across the board burning. And I guess to some extent that mitigates a little against that problem, but really I have to say that there is no regulatory mechanism available to us to manage that.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'll just go to Commissioner McIntosh for a couple of questions, please.
Thanks, Chair. I might stay with Northern Territory if I could. We heard yesterday how buffel grass is posing a few issues in South Australia, and we've also got some information that gamba grass is an issue in Northern Territory and across the north. I just wondered whether you could give us your opinion on the extent to which gamba grass and potentially other weeds is affecting your ability to plan for, or undertake mitigation activities and plan for bushfires.
Gamba grass is a serious problem for us, and it, as I'm sure you know, or you will have heard that gamba grass results in fuel loads in the region of 5-6 times greater than native grasses, and it also cures much later than native grasses, which means that attempts to control it with hazard reduction burning are fraught, because by the time it's cured sufficiently to be burned successfully, it's often too late. It's too late in the season. Everything else is cured, the weather's changed, the winds are stronger, and the risk is much greater. So it's a serious problem for us, and the Territory has a number of strategies in place to limit the spread of gamba grass and to, I think, eliminate's probably not quite the right term. I don't think there's a program in place to eliminate gamba grass at the moment, but there are certainly strategies to limit its spread and to reduce its impact. Distribution of herbicides, weed management plans that require landowners to manage gamba grass at different levels in different parts of the Territory and so on.
Could I just jump in?
They're the strategies that apply.
Could I jump in and ask you, how good are your information systems that are tracking the spread of gamba grass? Do you have good data on that that's helping you carry out those management activities?
I believe so. The Weeds Management branch of the same department that we're a part of does a lot of work in that space. There's a lot of independent research being done as well, and there's a lot of collaboration between those researchers and the weeds management people. I think they've got a pretty good handle on its extent and rate of spread.
Great, thank you. I could talk about it all day, but I know we're on a tight time frame. I'll turn to Mr. Rogers, if I could, and pick up from where the chair left off. It sounds to me, from what you just said about your proposal to adopt a new system to assessing where and how to carry out fuel management activities, that this new system will look something like what the ACT does and what Victoria does, i.e. a quantitative simulation-based approach to identifying where to carry out prescribed burning activities in the landscape. Is that a fair assessment or fair statement?
Look, I can't answer you, to be honest, because I haven't looked at the ACT or the Victorian system in any detail, so I can't really honestly give you an answer, except to say that it looks at potential ignition sources across the landscape, what the potential risk is, and therefore where we should target our work. So I don't know, to what level they overlap. I don't know. I think it's fair to say the principles certainly sound the same.
Yeah, and you end up with a quantitative measure on residual risk. Is that where it ends up?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Mr. Tokley, we'll keep going, please.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Participants will now go to topic number 2, which concerns the planning process for hazard reduction, including the types of hazard reduction activities or methods undertaken in your jurisdiction, and an outline of how and why hazard reduction activities or methods are selected as an appropriate mitigation treatment. Now, in providing some of the answers that you've provided to topic number 1, I think you've touched upon many of these matters, but could I ask you to, in giving your answers to topic number 2, have regard to the types of hazard reduction activities you undertake or manage, for example, whether it's mechanical, fuel reduction or hazard reduction by burning, and then briefly outline the planning process for how and why hazard reduction activities are selected as an appropriate mitigation treatment. And if I may, I might start with Western Australia and Mr. Dahan.
Thank you, Mr. Tockley. So I guess, again, I'll just reinforce some of the challenges we have in Western Australia in terms of the size of the state, and for DBCA, the lands that we manage. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to mitigation. But in terms of, I guess, the lessons we've learned over time at a landscape level, prescribed burning is certainly one of the primary tools that we have in our armoury. So I guess I'll touch on that one first. Again, I'll use the southwest context in relation to that. I talked about our framework and I guess fuel age being an indicator of risk for us, and regional fuel management plans and how that informs our sort of indicative and annual burn program. But I guess once we've got to that phase where we've identified areas of risk, predominantly through aligning assets, be they human assets or environmental assets or other forest values, against where fuel ages may be suboptimal in terms of a risk reduction sort of outcome. We then drill down into actually deciding on the type of hazard reduction. So in a forest type setting, we do use some of those other measures, mechanical mitigation, and the sort of places that we might consider those would be areas that may be challenging to burn against, urban interface or the like. We might use some localised mechanical mitigation, certainly supplement that with upgrade and maintenance of strategic brakes and the like. But the reality is, again, from 60 plus years of experience, backed by sound research and an evidence-based approach, we're quite certain here in WA that landscape scale approach needs to be applied to the sort of level that we apply that. So that really informs how we decide on the type of hazard mitigation we will conduct in the southwest setting, but also across the state. And I guess that's a very broad brush overview, but if we look at some of the remote areas, the non-forest areas, well, that's where we do start to identify, due to, I guess, the topography, due to some of the remoteness, due to the type of fire behaviour, that other types of mitigation are more prevalent in those areas of the state in terms of chaining, mulching, chopper rolling, those types of things that we use. I guess a very similar approach to what we do when we come to build our prescribed burning program. We take a strategic approach to where we undertake those activities, because as you can imagine, they're a linear type activity in the main. And so we look at where we will get fires, human or, lightning caused fires or accidental, and the sort of fire weather that we would expect in some of those zones, and try to build our strategic mitigation programs, mechanical mitigation programs around that. And that's the same sort of context that we build our prescribed burning program on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dahan. Having regard to the planning process, you've mentioned a number of matters. Are there any set targets in terms of percentages that you aspire to achieve each year using prescribed planning? Or
Yes, certainly. I guess I'd go back to that southwest setting where we have some defined targets, albeit I touched on the fact that we're rolling out a broader framework across the rest of the state. But in the southwest, we aim to achieve 45% of the lands that we manage in a forest setting to have a fuel age of less than 6 years, and then we have that target is. A nominal target comes out of that of approximately 200,000 hectares to achieve a year, noting that for a range of factors, we won't always achieve that. So it's more about the long-term trend that we aim to achieve. And within that larger target, in recognition of, I guess, the environment that we find ourselves in these days with urban settlement, peri-urban interface, other assets, we have that larger target broken down against those three land management zones that we talked about previously. But I guess importantly for us, as a land manager and with that evidence that we've certainly had here in Western Australia is, we have a significant focus on the interface, but what can't be overstated is the importance of that landscape scale approach that we have. And to do that, we are talking about undertaking large landscape scale burns in the vicinity of 2,000-3,000 hectares up to 8,000 or 10,000 hectares, so that we have a mosaic of fuel ages across the lands that we manage. And that provides pretty important outcomes when it comes to fire suppression. Often when we get lightning strikes, we can suppress them very quickly in those areas, or when fires actually get up and start running, we have got lower fuels to work off as they progress. And fundamentally, as an agency such as ours with a very broad charter in terms of conservation and land management also, by applying that mild intensity fire in a mosaic pattern across the landscape, we achieve a multitude of outcomes for biodiversity conservation, for other land management functions, forest management, etc. So it's very important that we maintain a multifaceted approach, and as such, whilst we don't shy away from the fact that some of our burns are hazard reduction, many of them are multiple objective burns, but in the context of those state strategic priorities that I talked about, the priority of the protection and preservation of life.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dehaan. I might now go to the Northern Territory, to Mr. Balch and Mr. Vey. And gentlemen, if you could address the topic of the planning process, in particular having regard to the types of hazard reduction activities that might be undertaken, and outline the how and why of hazard reduction activities being selected.
Perhaps if I can just start briefly and then go to Jonathan for some more detail. The hazard reduction burning is by far the most used tool in the Northern Territory for bushfire mitigation. The preference for planned burning largely comes down to economics and achievability, I suppose. It's a relatively cheap way to mitigate against late season bushfires, and it's a very effective method. I guess the vast scale of the land area of the Northern Territory and the sparse or the limited population and development in much of that area factors in that preference for burning, as is the history and the tradition of using those techniques successfully across the Territory over a very long time. I'd probably just comment that the area of Arnhem Land, where many carbon abatement projects are underway, since those carbon abatement projects came along and programs of planned burning and establishing mosaic burning came about, that area of the Territory has gone from a very poorly managed area in terms of bushfire management to probably one of the best managed areas now in the country. If you look at the fire activity in Arnhem Land, late season destructive fires are very rare. There's been great improvements in biodiversity and all sorts of other measures. But at a more, down to a more land manager perspective, I'll perhaps pass to Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Thanks, Mr. Tuckley. Yeah, within the parks context, we're managing 87 parks and reserves across the territory with a broad spectrum of requirements in those landscapes from the arid zone through to the top end. And there are significant parallels with Mr. Dehaan and his explanations of their management, their planning, their management in Western Australia. But initially, I'll just sort of point out with our planning, and then through explaining our planning, I could then lead to the mechanisms of fire management and within our parks estate. Under the Territory Parks and Wildlife Conservation Act, there's our work is geared around our plans of management and joint management plans for our key parks and reserves, and they set the objectives and the key values and the key threats through participatory processes, particularly with traditional owners and the public. And by doing so, it provides a 10-year framework of what's important in those landscapes, how will we govern those landscapes with traditional owners and other stakeholders, and what are the key values to conserve and to protect, and through that processes, there's a definition of what the key threats are. But it's kept quite high level, and it's geared for a 10-year commitment. Following those plans of management or joint management plans prepared with traditional owners, we then have a framework of integrated conservation strategies, which are 5-year strategies which integrate how we will manage fire, weeds and feral animals in an integrated way. As you've mentioned, gamba for example, there's a high interconnectivity between the management of gamba with fire. So we integrate how we manage these landscapes in a comprehensive way, and these provide a very strategic focus of and quite specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound targets for those landscapes. Geared around the key principal values, which are specifically defined for that park estate, for our key park, for our priority parks, and for those for those parks. And in that space, they define what the preferred, what the priority of for those key values for that park in principle of so they define those key parks in a very clear. They're very clear about what those values are, and in those values, it certainly defines the values around keeping the visitor assets protected, the traditional owners' heritage assets, and their aspirations for managing their country present, and also for the biodiversity values, and in so it defines the preferred fire regimes associated with those key values. And that provides us a basis for then actually framing up appropriate targets in those landscapes for those vegetation communities, for example. And in doing so, it then allows us to actually then frame appropriate management targets for the implementation of fire to attain particular fire regimes for fire tolerant, fire intolerant, and in between obligate species habitats. And so it enables us to have a very proactive framework for managing fire. So rather than simply managing risk outright, it's about managing those values, accepting fire as a natural part of the landscape, and ensuring that we've got a mosaic and an appropriate patchwork across the landscape consistent with the framework that Mr. Dehaan explained. But and so this framework is this values-based framework then allows us to evaluate those key risks to those values, and those threats are then evaluated in terms of their risk and our ability to manage those risks, and that gives us our mechanisms for how we will strategically manage those key values and mitigate those risks. For some of these processes, and that strategic framework is then defined. We've got management targets we need to attain and monitoring mechanisms to then address on a yearly basis. Those 5-year strategies then allow us to have annual operational plans that then rangers are then responsible for delivering. And that and prescribed burning is a key framework for managing those habitats and protecting those landscapes. But because of the scale of the territory, while there might be some areas where mechanical clearing is provided, such as in the boundaries of some parks, the main method is by aerial incendiaries to reinforce the boundary, I guess, to protect the interface between our park and our neighbours, to ensure that we've been good managers and retaining fire, as doing our best to retain fire on our parks estate. And then we break up the landscape using the roads and using vehicles, strengthening the breaks within our parks estate, and then using aerial incendiaries to actually reinforce those, to break up those landscapes, but also to create a patchwork appropriate to the vegetation communities within the parks estate. So by doing so, we then have a system of rangers having a very clear direction about what they need to achieve in a landscape, what they need to protect, and also each year they then monitor the outcomes through NAFI, which is an online system to evaluate their fire history and their success, and then those reports develop to see if they've addressed the key fire regimes to the appropriate standards, and that's reviewed on an annual basis and informs the next plans at an annual level for the next year. So we're creating an adaptive cycle of management that mitigates the risks by being very proactive in how we manage our landscape. And if we don't manage our landscape, that's when the risks for bushfire are elevated. So it's a holistic system based around planning that really drives our management and the methods we actually use to get best effect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vey. I may now turn to the Australian Capital Territory. Commissioner Whalen and Mr. Cooper, if you wouldn't mind addressing the planning process. You may have covered some of these matters already in your outline, so don't feel you have to cover the same ground again. But we're really looking at the types of hazard reduction activities that might be undertaken, and then the selection process around those, why one method or treatment might be chosen rather than another.
Thank you. And we'll look at focusing on those areas for you. As I mentioned earlier, the EPSTD are responsible for our 5-year regional fire management plans that also have a 10-year outlook. So that allows us to have the foundations or the basis under which we move forward in a planning set for the activities that we'll undertake. Last year, EPSTD made strong recommendation that we move to a residual risk approach to managing not just the selection of the treatments, but also to inform how we would evaluate the effectiveness of the program that we were putting in place. And so over the last couple of years, we've really tried to focus on the fact that our planning processes through the RFMP down through the regular engagement and auditing processes that provide governance between the Emergency Services Agency and our largest landholder are robust and also very transparent to the community. But it's also at the same time started to influence what our practices for fuel load management should be across the estate we know as the ACT. The factors that have informed and influenced clearly are life and property, but then also looking at important aspects such as the ecology, our water catchment areas, obviously high risk and high value items or capability for us sitting within the Namadgi National Park. We have a lot of cultural and heritage sites. We are mindful of the impact climate has had and continues to have on our landscape, and the fact that that is influencing and shaping how we're looking at the treatments we'll undertake to mitigate the risk of bushfires, and also looking at how we balance the management of our ecosystem and fuel loads across the landscape. But what comes out of that for us in terms of a planning process and taking a residual risk approach or methodology is that we're now in a position to be better able to select location and treatment to reduce risk rather than just having a hectare by hectare approach to our bushfire operations and management. It also allows us to apply what are our finite resources to achieve a better outcome and a longer term outcome for the community. So in terms of what's informing the treatment, first and foremost, as I said, community safety. Secondly, the health of our landscape, particularly from an ACT perspective because of our heavy reliance on the limited water catchment areas that we have. The efficacy of the burns and what it is that we're actually achieving, and putting in place an ability to measure the outcome, so that as we revise our fire management plans in a 5-year cycle, it's informing our 10-year outcome or our 10-year outlook. And this is what Mr. Cooper referenced before, and I'll get into talk in more detail about the technical aspects of selection and then applied treatment. But ultimately what we're trying to do is realise adaptive management processes and techniques. It's very easy to talk about residual risk. It's easy to use adaptive management as a throwaway line, but it's the fusion of the science, the data, and as the practitioners say, the art of land management and fuel load management that actually gives us the most effective outcome rather than just chasing what is a percentage of an activity undertaken, whether that be from a prescribed burn perspective or utilising other treatments. But I will hand over to Mr. Cooper to talk about the more technical aspects of the selection.
Thank you, Commissioner Whalen. Mr. Cooper?
Thanks, Commissioner Whalen and Council. I won't go over too much ground that I've already covered. As we mentioned, the Regional Fire Management Plan is where we look at what we plan to do over the next 5 to 10 years. It's at that stage where we undertake a lot of consultation with conservation and research and a number of other bodies, plus the community, to determine, after we have undertaken the residual risk process, to determine what method is most appropriate to manage the field in that landscape to achieve the desired objective. When it gets down to the nitty-gritty, and I'll use burning as the example, we've developed a number of tools. We have 750 permanent fuel plots that we measure each year, so that gives us an idea right across the ACT of how the fuel is accumulating. We have about half a dozen fuel moisture plots that we measure twice a week during the burning period. So that's where teams go out, grab samples, bring them back, and we get an indication of what the fuel moisture is doing. So that's giving us a picture of availability to undertake burning. And that's both with the small fine fuels, but also the heavier fuels. We put that together. We've got 6 or 7 weather monitoring stations set up, so we're getting constant weather streams through. We undertake flammability mapping, so we work very closely with the CRC, and that flammability mapping is quite an important thing because it identifies, it's based on highly erodible sites. We want to try and avoid those in our prescribed burning. We don't want to cause more problems than we started with. So we're able to plan our burning around those sites that we've worked with Melbourne University and the CRC that identify those high erodible sites. All this gets pulled into what we call the prescribed burn decision support tool. So before any burn is undertaken, it's a comprehensive process that our fire behaviour analysts go through. It was developed here in the ACT. It looks at what resources we've got, where the smoke's going to go, what it's going to do. It looks at the weather now and over the next few days. It looks at fuel dryness, and it brings all that together in a systematic and repeatable and auditable manner to make a decision on whether a burn should go ahead or not. And I've been in a situation where we've been briefing crews in the morning and we've run that prescribed burn decision support tool, and it's come up with a negative. So we've stood the crews down because the smoke's going the wrong way or something hasn't been in the right area to proceed. Then we proceed with the burn, but most importantly, that's not where it stops. And I think a number of people have talked about continuous improvement. We do post-burn monitoring, so we use satellites to do burn intensity. So we get burn intensity mapping, gives us an indication of what burnt, what didn't, and to what extent. And that's being very useful at the moment on the national level to indicate what sort of carbon output we're having. So rather than saying we burned 1,000 hectares, did we? And our burn intensity mapping can tell us whether that burnt, didn't burn, and how intense that was. That then feeds back into our data layer. So for fire suppression, we know if an area has been fuel reduced effectively or not. And in some cases, that may lead us to redoing or reburning a particular site. So it's a comprehensive program that includes a whole range of things, right from the initial regional fire management plan, right the way through to implementation, and then assessing whether we're successful or not and feeding back through that loop.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry, one more thing, and it was remiss of me before not to acknowledge our liaison with New South Wales RFS. I mentioned New South Wales Parks, but we work exceptionally closely with New South Wales RFS on burns over the border. We're part of their bushfire fuel management committees, and I apologise, it was remiss of me not to mention that.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Commissioner Rogers, thank you for waiting so patiently. In terms of the planning process for hazard reduction, and if you could turn your mind to the topic which was the planning process for hazard reduction, including the types of hazard reduction activities undertaken or methods used, and an outline of how and why the reduction activities or methods are selected as an appropriate mitigation treatment. I suspect that in your high-level overview, you have addressed some of those matters already, but to the extent to which you would like to approach it in a more detailed way, please feel free to do so.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Coakley. And I won't go over the risk plan process because I think I did cover that before, but I think in looking at the typical types of treatments in our risk management process, the current one we have asset protection zones, we have strategic fire advantage zones, and we have land management zones. Now, predominantly in areas like land management zones, which is obviously the broader landscape, that's mostly done by either burning or, in some cases, grazing. They're very broad scale treatments. When you get to strategic fire advantage zones, they're more areas that might be pinch points. It might be an area leading up to communities but not immediately adjacent to them. And again, that's mostly done by burning because, again, it's trying to reduce a broader area but in a more targeted way than a land management zone. And then we get to asset protection zones, and a lot of those are right up against infrastructure, be it habitable assets or it might be other sort of infrastructure, power infrastructure, things like that. And those typically are more mechanically related where access allows. Because mechanically you get obviously a lot of better bang for your buck because you can totally clear that area away. It's normally areas that have been repeatedly treated in that way, so you're not looking at complex environmental checks or anything like that because it's been something that's been pretty well established practice over many years. So they're typically what happens in most of those areas. In some cases, then local government particularly might do weed spraying alongside roads to kill vegetation along the sides of the roads, and that sometimes is followed up by burning, but often not. It's just killing the vegetation. And I think what the other thing that's important is that both at a Commonwealth and a state level, there's funding that's provided to the agencies that are carrying out that work to ensure that they can complete those activities. One of the other thing that I think is also one of the complexities that we need to, apart from the type of hazard reduction, if I may, is the timing of that hazard reduction, how easy it is to get done. So I might just use, for example, if I may,
yes,
Council, just talk about the challenges of carrying out that hazard reduction in areas like a Sydney Basin.
Yes.
So you've got, and I did briefly touch on this, that you've got ridgetop development, and then you've got national parks in all the valleys systems, and obviously people love the natural amenity that Sydney provides like that. And if Sydney was a brand new landscape and we were planning it out, we probably wouldn't do it in the way that it's designed now, but it's something that's built over many years. So it is what it is. But in trying to carry out hazard reduction activities, you've got asset protection zones behind homes, but you can't get mechanical tools in there. You've got to burn that. And they're very resource intensive. But apart from being resource intensive, the timing is really tough to get right. And I think Neil spoke a little bit about that in the smoke management. And somewhere like Sydney, and it's interesting when we get, as a state, accused of not doing enough hazard reduction, but then when we do hazard reduction, often in Sydney areas or the surrounds of Sydney, smokes out Sydney. So it's called the Sydney Basin for a reason, and that is that it's like a basin and the smoke goes in there and it gets trapped often by an inversion layer overnight, and the next morning, and there's a heavy layer of smoke over the city. And it provides some real health consequences to people. They're not just people having a whinge that smoke gets in their washing. It's actually quite serious health issues, and there's been some research that's been done, and I think by Tasmanian University, into the health effects, and indeed that there's been an increase in hospital admissions when we've done hazard reductions, and it's negatively impacted on some air quality in the Sydney Basin, and indeed some premature deaths. So I guess in the balance of the arguments of increasing hazard reduction, which is easy to say, there is some consequential side to that that I think as a community we need to talk about, and we need to have a conversation about how much will the community tolerate, and what are the circumstances in which case the overriding need to do hazard reduction overrides individuals' health. So I think they're conversations that need to be had, and they should be aired in the Commission, in my view.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rogers. Chair, that concludes my questions for topic 2. I was wondering if there were some questions from the commissioners.
I have one question, if I may, and I'm picking up, Mr. Dahan mentioned a couple of times the less than 6-year growth that they aim for in the southwest. And my understanding is that's because about 5 to 6 years is about the time over which it takes after a prescribed burn for there to be regeneration of the fuel load, and it's always intrigued me because I think the other information we've been given is that in that time frame, in some cases, what grows back is more flammable, either by reason of being younger and therefore more oils, or a different and more highly flammable material can regrow after the burn. But I wouldn't mind a comment on that. But the real question I've really got is, do any of the other states and territories presently represented have that concept as a target of looking at a conscious effort to keep the fuel load at less than or the regrowth at less than 6 years before you go back for a fresh go at it. I appreciate that the areas involved could have a huge impact on that. The forest, even to take the forested areas, of course, but whether that is a target for some or all of the jurisdictions that you are managing. Perhaps if I could ask New South Wales first. Mr Hahn, you've already made your comment, so I'm taking that as a given unless you want to add something later, but I just ask the others to comment briefly on that.
Did you want me to answer?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thanks, Mr Rogers.
Look, I mean, the age of fuel is certainly something that's looked at, and we have what's called a fire frequency threshold, which looks at the cyclic rate of fuel and how often it ought to be burnt to obviously not start to change species and the like, to try and make sure that we manage that. But I've got to say, for a 6-year rotation would be something, quite problematic for New South Wales.
Is there any part of New South Wales? I understand you couldn't do it throughout the whole state, but does that factor in at all to your planning for even pockets within New South Wales?
Well, certainly, and that comes down to the zones. So the asset protection zone, where typically that's up against human infrastructure, human settlement or other infrastructure, the target for asset protection zones is less than 5 tonnes per hectare. So that's quite a low fuel load. But in saying that, that's not saying we achieve it all the time, but certainly that's the target. And that takes it to something quite a low as far as being able to carry a fire. So that's probably in the order of what you're talking about. So yes, we do have that as the target, but that's obviously quite a narrow strip. It could be 100 metres, for example, against assets, as opposed to broad swathes of land, and just simply the size of the state makes that difficult to do when you think of the size of New South Wales, and indeed that's not even as big as obviously some states in the country.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody else wished to comment on that. Perhaps you could raise your hand if you wish to. Thank you, Mr Cooper.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The ACT, as I mentioned before, is quite small. The vegetation type in the ACT is much different to the vegetation type in Western Australia. What we prefer to do is based on residual risk. So we still run the model, look at what the residual risk is, and then see what treatments and where give us the best reduction in risk to the territory assets. The fuel load itself, we measure through use of LiDAR and our permanent plots. And it varies so much. It varies in one location from aspect, the northern aspect to the southern aspect. Certainly I understand fully and agree with how Western Australia deal with their fuel ages there, but we operate a little bit differently given our different fuel type and different situation.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that probably applies in the Northern Territory as well. Thank you very much.
We got Northern Territory with their hand up too.
Oh, sorry, Mr De Haan wanted to add something as well. I'm terribly sorry.
Now let's go to the Northern Territory first, please. They all have their hand up. Never do that.
I was just going to quickly say Northern Territory is very large and has a great range of different climatic and vegetation environments, and so I think Mr De Haan was talking about the southwest of Western Australia when he was talking about that target, and we certainly don't have targets of that nature here. As I mentioned before, in the northwest top end, where each year 25 to 30% of it is burned as part of planned burning operations. Obviously, the maths don't work for.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I appreciated that the Northern Territory was a very different geographical situation too. Thank you. Thank you very much.
We have vastly different across the territory.
Mr De Haan.
Yeah, Mr De Haan.
And Mr De Haan, did you want to add something? I think you also wish to make a comment.
Commissioner, I just wanted to quantify a couple of things there that it's important to recognise in what I talked about with 45% of the landscape at less than 6 years. That's not actually a 6-year rotation that we actually burn on. So with the composition of the fuel ages with that approach and the spatial and temporal approach we take, we would actually be seeing sort of a 12-year rotation for the majority of areas. And just coming back to that first comment that you made about the regeneration post-fire, and particularly in relation to mild intensity prescribed burning, it's very clear in the West Australian context that that reduction of fuel doesn't create issues in those intervening years up to a certain stage. Very different sometimes in different vegetation types, and in a bushfire setting, we have a very intense bushfire come through and very, very heavy regeneration depending on the fuel type, and that can lead to increased fuel issues.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification. I appreciate it.
That was good clarification. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Tockley.
Chair, there was one other topic I was hoping to cover, but I think that what I can achieve is to cover that topic together with the other topics we're going to cover in the evaluation part of the panel. There is only one other person joining us in the evaluation panel, so it may be most convenient for all participants to have a break now and for us to resume in an hour's time or an hour and 10 minutes time.
Let's go an hour and 10 minutes. So let's adjourn and we'll resume at 14:30 Canberra time.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. And we'll see everyone from the panel at 14:30 Canberra time. I'll let everyone else do the maths. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned and will resume at 2:30 p.m. Canberra time. Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Mr. Tokley, let's proceed, please.
Chair, Commissioners, thank you. This afternoon we'll be doing the what's called the back-to-back panel from this morning's hearing. There was one topic left over from this morning's hearing which we can address this afternoon as well, and to some extent the topics roll into one another. We need to add one person to the panel, and that's Ms. Naomi Stevens, who's the Acting Executive Director, Park Operations, New South Wales National Parks and Wildlife Service. Naomi Stevens is also the Programme Director, Future National Parks and Wildlife Service. Good afternoon, Ms. Stevens.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Stevens, will you take the oath or affirmation?
The affirmation, please.
Thank you.
Ms. Stevens, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Participants, the approach this afternoon will be the same as it was this morning. We will go through a number of topics. Each person will be asked to speak in turn, and then at the end of that topic, the Commissioners may have some questions for you. Now, the first of those topics concerns the technology and information used during the strategic planning of hazard reduction activities. And I just want to give you a heads up on where we're going after that into the second and third topics, because they do to some extent overlap. The second topic concerns the assessment and evaluation process that is carried out once hazard reduction activities have been completed, including the extent to which assessment and evaluation informs future hazard reduction planning, risk assessment and further mitigation efforts. And at the end of those two topics, I'll then ask you to turn your minds to whether the information that's used in those processes could be better provided or better coordinated. So whether there might be a need for some national coordination, some nationally consistent standards, and whether the information would provide a practical benefit to your jurisdiction in mitigating hazard risk. So without further ado, I propose to turn to the first of those topics, which is the technology and information used during the strategic planning of hazard reduction activities. And might I first turn to Mr. Dehaan from Western Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Tokley. I guess in terms of the information that we use with some of our strategic planning, talking about our mitigation program, I'll initially focus on the internal inputs. I guess there's a lot of data that we utilise that the agency holds itself or is held by other agencies. And these days, GIS systems and the like play an integral role to some of our planning. So if you hark back to what I was talking with 3-year indicative planning and annual burn planning, there's a number of, I guess, inputs into that process, largely around assets, some of them human assets, population centres, critical infrastructure, transport corridors, and also as a land management agency, many elements of our conservation business in terms of species and communities and ecosystems that inform the approach that we take to developing that plan, based along the general premise that I discussed previously. And then on top of that, I guess I made a heavy focus on fuel age as a significant risk indicator for us here in Western Australia in terms of the land that we manage, and that's obviously quite integral in terms of building our program. As I mentioned prior to lunch, that we've got a long history, I guess, in implementing a landscape scale program, both in the southwest and other areas of the state. So we've got a long history of fuel age data, both from prescribed burning activities and bushfire, that helps inform that process. Then in terms of some of the other information, I guess some of the more critical information when it comes to mitigation, particularly around prescribed burning, is obviously weather-related factors. So albeit that we monitor various things ourselves, the bulk of that information comes from the Bureau of Meteorology. And that is critical in allowing us to undertake the sort of mitigation activities that we do here in WA. And that's, I guess, twofold. There's the longer term forecasting, I guess, with the various seasonal outlooks that I guess provides a good indication of where the climate and the underlying conditions may be at. And then once we get into closer to the operational phase, there's obviously more detailed weather-related information that comes into it. And then I guess, albeit, we have a significant focus on the mitigation activity that we undertake on land that we manage, we have a number of information inputs from local government, other government agencies such as Department of Fire and Emergency Services, public utilities, etc., that we seek out or they provide for a shared platform. And then I guess not at the strategic level, but more the operational tactical level of how we undertake some of those activities. There's a lot of information that we gather over a period of months when we're actually undertaking individual burn planning. And that's around what the fuel load and the various considerations that apply at the local level. And often, technology is used to capture that, be it remote sensing in some of the remote areas or utilisation of various platforms by staff on the ground. That's a fairly broad overview there, Mr. Tockley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tahan. Could you comment, please, upon to what extent you're taking into account changing climate conditions?
Yeah, certainly, the changing climate is a challenge for all of us, I guess, across the nation, and here in WA we're no different. And in terms of one of the other things that I touched on before, that I guess we are very fortunate as an agency here that we have an embedded fire science program with a number of fire scientists and as an agency as a whole, an embedded science capacity of conservation scientists. So a lot of work that is being done by that group and also by, I guess, the tertiary sector is helping inform the approach that we take to hazard management moving forward. And albeit that the climate change is certainly at the forefront of all of our minds, given what we've experienced over recent years, here in WA, certainly in the southwest, we can see a significant drying trend in terms of decreased rainfall and underlying soil dryness that sort of started probably in the 1970s. So again, through the use of that underpinning science that we have and sort of continuous learning approach that we've taken, our mitigation program has been evolving and adapting, for the best part of the past 35 odd years. So where that ends up, I guess nobody knows. But what we certainly strongly believe here in Western Australia is that mitigation, and like I said, particularly a significant focus on prescribed burning, is still going to be integral moving forward in terms of whatever climate change holds for us, because of the diversity of the state, that climate change will have different impacts in different areas of the state, maybe drier in some, maybe wetter in others, and it may impact on certain sensitive ecosystems that may require us to consider, I guess, different levels of strategic planning, potentially looking at using mitigation and fire to protect sensitive ecosystems, or it may even be down to that very operational level of an individual burn where we sort of utilise different tactics in terms of lighting, the timing of the lighting, all those sort of things based on some of those issues that are becoming apparent through climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Tahan. Mr. Tahan, could I ask you to elaborate a little bit more upon the fuel load aspect of it, because I understand that you take fuel age as a proxy for fuel load. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I guess touching on a lot of that science over many decades, we're very confident in a number of the areas throughout the state, but particularly the southwest, of what that fuel age actually equates to in terms of the fuel load. So we've got some very good models and some very robust data on that. So whilst we do need to drill down into the finer scale when it comes to, I guess, the planning of individual burns, as a fairly accurate surrogate, that fuel age in that strategic planning sense allows us to identify where some of our greater areas of risk are.
Thank you, Mr. Dehaan. I might now turn to the Northern Territory, please. And could I ask you, Mr. Bolsch or Mr. Vey, if you could speak to the topic of the technology and information used during the strategic planning of hazard reduction activities and the primary inputs in terms of information. You might have to unmute yourself, Mr. Bolsch.
Sorry, Mr. Toffley, that's twice I've done that.
Thank you.
I might start off, and then I'm sure Jonathan will have something to add. But I think the technology and information that we use in planning, we have internal information from within our department and within the Northern Territory government agencies that gives us a picture of land use, of vegetation types, of the distribution of assets and infrastructure, and other environmental and biodiversity values that are really important to us. But in terms of estimating fuel loads, the history of fire in an area is extremely important, and we rely heavily on a service out of the Charles Darwin University called the NAFI website. That's the North Australian Fire Information website. This is a site that's been offered by the Charles Darwin University for many years now, and it provides it's based on satellite remote sensing data, and it provides very detailed fire scar information going back over 20 years. It has tools that have been developed in the website for fire managers to use that make it very easy to access the information. You can define an area very precisely, and you can define what information you want for that area very precisely and very easily. It's a very useful tool for fire managers, not just at our level, but at the right down to the individual property level. The NAFI site also provides hotspot information, almost real-time hotspot information for identifying fire activity and tracking it, which is also a huge benefit for owners of larger properties. We also rely heavily on information and systems from the Bureau of Meteorology. So the information about the longer-term climate information, our weather patterns have a huge impact on fuel loads. We're very subject to the El Nino, La Nina cycle. We get very good information from BOM, the Bureau of Meteorology, forecasting movements in that space. We also, at more of a weather level rather than a climate level, we get very good forecasts. We use a BOM subscription service to get spot weather forecasts when we're getting down to the details of an individual burn and a particular time of the week or the day even. So we rely heavily on that data from BOM. I think the other thing I'd say about BOM and some of the longer term forecasts, climate change is impacting all of us. We notice that, I guess, in terms of changes to the length and severity of our fire seasons. That's incredibly important to us when it comes to planning mitigation actions or prescribed burning, in that the length of the season impacts on the window of time that's available for us to conduct that burning safely. So if we have a wet season that finishes early and the fire season consequently starts early, it gives us a much shorter time into which we have to squeeze the planned burning that we wish to see done. And of course, having a shorter window means you need more resources because more of it needs happening concurrently in order that it can be done within that time. But perhaps for a perspective on the more specific land management perspective on planning, perhaps I could ask Jonathan to have a word.
Yes, certainly. Mr. Vey?
Thanks, Mr. Tuggley. Thanks, Ken. For our NT Parks estate, we use a lot of information to organise and identify our strategic priorities across our most important parks. As I mentioned earlier, I described our integrated conservation strategies, and they pull together all the biodiversity data that has been collected by departments like Department of Environment and Natural Resources and their large spatial data sets around the most important biodiversity values. We also pulled together all of our what underpins our planning is largely the vegetation layers and the vegetation, a clear delineation of the vegetation communities across our key parks estate, and then also the determination of the appropriate fire regimes that are preferred by those habitats. We also bring in and incorporate spatially the threatening processes into that space. And bring in, for example, there's an example of this within Ms. Sally Egan's statement she provided to the Commission from Parks and Wildlife in Annexure SE7, which is the Integrated Conservation Strategy for Litchfield National Park, and in that provides a very clear layers of information that we've provided, both for fire and the vegetation communities, but also, most importantly, gamba grass. And it presents and identifies how a gamba grass has where the threats from gamba grass are clearly address and threaten key vegetation communities within Litchfield National Park. That example. All of these layers of information are brought together and evaluated by the experts, and they're brought in spatially using geographical information systems, and they're mapped. So through this technology and this data, we're able to sort of identify very clearly what the key objectives are and the key priorities within the landscape, and where the strategic initiatives need to be undertaken. Over the course of 5 years. We then, we also use technology and information in our annual operational plans. Again, as Ken was mentioning, the need to utilise NAFI, and NAFI provides a basis for us to actually then consider the fire histories, and use that to identify the tactical burning regimes that are required within a park on an annual planning cycle. We're also able to use NAFI to evaluate post-burn to identify what the relative successes of those prescribed burning processes are. And NAFI is also then used to work with bush groups like Bushfires NT and neighbours to identify where the weak points are and the possible risks are in the planning prior to a bushfire season. So it's an essential tool right through our management cycle, both at an annual operational level at our operational cycle around our strategic 5-year level, and also it's about trying to achieve those objectives that have been defined in those plans of management. Other technology that we use, we're very reliant on an annual scale for the Bureau of Meteorology, and also increasing sort of reliance on and support from Bushfires NT and their bushfire emergency management system, and that helps manage the incidences where prescribed burning and fire management that we've conducted has not as successful as hoped, and incidents are being managed, and they are managed in an integrated way with other agencies, and it's under the leadership of Bushfires NT and their coordination. But their Bushfires Emergency Management System, which is a web EOC, is central to managing those incidences.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vey. I might now turn to New South Wales, please. And Commissioner Rogers or Ms. Stevens, I'd be grateful if you could turn your minds to the technology and information that's used during the strategic planning of hazard reduction activities. I'm happy for one or either of you or both of you to answer the question.
Certainly, Councillor, and I'll try not to go over ground that's already been covered by our colleagues throughout the nation in the interest of time, but I think it's fair to say that certainly things like capturing fire history and hazard reduction history, and then using that to form fire frequency threshold mapping to inform local areas about the age of fuel in order to inform burn programs when areas are due for burning. We've obviously got things like fuel moisture monitoring that goes on across the state constantly. We've got that reinforced with things like satellite curing for things like grasslands, to ensure that we're keeping across all types of fuel classification and knowing, and there's some products that certainly are being trialled but have proven to be relatively accurate, where maps can be produced at a state level of areas that are suitable to be burned in a given week, at the beginning of a week. So there's quite a level of inputs and technology that goes into, I guess, producing those maps, and a lot of inputs, but most of that has been covered by our colleagues in interstate. Anything you want to add, Naomi?
I'd just briefly say that we prepare our reserve fire management strategies in New South Wales for National Parks Estate. We go through a very similar process to what you've been hearing, using information layers out of a geographic information system to put those strategies together. That we then, we have a system called Elements, which is a fire information management system, which is directly integrated into the Rural Fire Service RIMS system, which is the overarching state system. We use the information in our system and in RIMS to look at annual fire histories, and then we prepare annual burn programs based on the information that we get from those systems, and the information that we collect post burn goes back into those systems and informs us in the future.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rogers, Ms. Stevens. I'll turn now to the ACT and to Commissioner Whalen and to Mr. Cooper, and your comments, please, on the technology and information used during the strategic planning of hazard reduction activities.
Thank you, Mr. Topley. So from a strategic planning perspective within the ACT, obviously the risk posed by fuel loads and the impact then of the treatments that we utilise or apply across the landscape needs to be informed by best use of technology to ensure that not only do we have priority on community safety, but again, in the treatments applied, that we have that balance between managing the ecology, the values, our vital assets, and the community at large. There are a number of technologies and practices that we apply across the ACT. In terms of technology, like our colleagues across the country, we're using satellite data, we're using LiDAR data, clearly a close working relationship with the Bureau of Meteorology, and leveraging off research both internationally and across Australia. But I think the key to it is, and I'll get Mr. Cooper obviously to lead on this, it's the fusion between the use of technology, access to technology, and how our practitioners combine that with their expertise and their experience in understanding the landscape in which they live, work and operate. And as a combination of both, I think is where we get maximum output. But I'll hand over to Mr. Cooper for a more detailed response.
Thank you, Commissioner Whelan. Mr. Cooper, just before you begin your answer, could you also, I think it will feed in naturally into topic 2, which is topic 1 being the planning side of it. Topic 2 is the assessment and evaluation side of it. So it sounds to me like you'll be able to address both topic 1 and 2 in your answer.
Yes, Councillor, that's fine. Thanks, Commissioner Whelan. Just flowing on from what the Commissioner ESA was just saying, the ACT Parks have set up an intelligence unit. So there's a range of tools that we need to bring together to look at our strategic burning. I've already mentioned the residual risk approach to identify the areas well in advance, up to sort of 10 years in advance of where we feel we get the best bang for the buck. But then it's a matter of looking at how and when to implement that. Our intelligence unit that we've set up incorporates a system of weather stations, remote weather stations across the ACT, 6 or 7. We've set up a website with Tasmania, so that's on the web and available for people to see. We've also got a SODAR, which is a machine that gives us winds at different elevations. Work closely with New South Wales RFS with monitoring of wind directions, temperatures with balloons, weather balloons. So, and again, working closely with the BOM to do that. As I mentioned before, we've got 750 permanent plots, which give us fuel loads across the territory. On top of that, we overlay with fuel moisture sampling, where samples are physically taken in the field, brought back here to an oven to work out what the moisture content is of the light fuels and the heavy fuels. Commissioner Rogers mentioned about the curing, satellite curing data. We're working with Victoria and others on that. LiDAR is a key to what we do, so that gives us some idea of fuel loads across the territory as well. I mentioned the prescribed burn decision support tool, which brings all this together to then determine is it right to go ahead or isn't it? And that's including a whole lot of things like soil erosion, what we need to be careful of, what we need to avoid, how we can do a lighting pattern to avoid that. The fire behaviour analysts that we've got provide regular updates throughout the burning period to all our stakeholders, both personally through emails, but also our website. That's open to the public, which has right up-to-date information, the same information that we have, we put on the website. So it's involving the whole community. We've also, I suppose, without sort of going on too much, we've developed a system called Samara, and we're working with ESA, have come on board with that, so that's working really well. And that system allows us to do forward planning, look at what resources we've got, what training those resources have, the qualifications, their availability, fatigue. So we put all that together to come up with our program, which then delivers the prescribed burn on various places across the ACT. Once the burn is completed, we then use satellite data to do burn severity mapping. So it gives us an idea, a very accurate idea of what burnt, what didn't, and at what intensity. That then feeds back into our annual bushfire pre-suppression resource atlas, which everyone has. So then we've got up-to-date data of what the fuel loads are there from the previous year. And we also do, as I mentioned before, the vegetation analysis for the erosion. So I think that probably covers most of the things that I'd like to mention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, because you've touched upon the question of evaluation of prescribed burns, what what I'd like you to consider and just give an answer to is whether you also look at the effectiveness of the activities that have been undertaken, both in the short term and in the long term, and whether that has an effect on the overall consideration of activities, both short term and long term.
Yeah, most certainly, and it was remiss of me not to mention that. So once we have undertaken our fuel management activities, we rerun the residual risk model to include the data that we have back from the post-burn assessment from the burning, but also other areas where we may have modified the fuel. We've just recently, and in fact as recently as this week, rerun the residual risk for the ACT to incorporate the Aurora Valley fire and the impacts that's had on residual risk across the territory. So all that feeds back in a continuous improvement process to continually monitor where and guide us as to where our operations are best suited to offer a degree of protection against the undue damage from wildfire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. I might now move back to New South Wales, if I can, please. And Commissioner Rogers and Ms. Stevens. In relation, once some hazard reduction activities have been undertaken, is there then a process undertaken to assess the effectiveness of those particular activities? And is the information that's gathered from that assessment process then fed into an overall assessment of the effectiveness of the activities statewide and in the both in terms of the future planning process and the selection of mitigation activities?
Yes, it is, as you would expect. We set objectives for our burns and we also do prescribed burn measurement of fuel loads and assessment of risk. Following a burn, just as Neil Cooper mentioned in ACT, we undertake severity mapping and we map the burn within our, once again for parks, it's within our elements system. We have an end-to-end planning process within the elements system from the day we come up with the idea of the burn and test the burn, it goes into that system, and then the planning and all the documentation preparing to undertake the burn and then the assessment and evaluation is all recorded in our element system, and in the end it's also uploaded into BRIMS, which is the statewide system. So we test the burn in terms of meeting its objectives. There might be objectives there probably will be objectives that relate to reduction in fuel and reduction in risk, but in our case being parks, we'll also have environmental objectives within the burn, and we'll test those outcomes both in the short term and in the long term. That information gets uploaded into our system and it goes into BRIMS, and it's then used to inform us in reviewing our reserve fire management strategies, which is a 5-year cycle, but it's also used to review at the end of every year when we're reviewing our annual works program. We'll look at the information that's come out of the assessment of our burn program, but also look at the fire history that's come out of the wildfire season, and we'll rerun our fire histories and assess where we're at in terms of the need for locations for strategic burns in the following year. I think probably the thing I wanted to really stress is that specifically with our burns, we also test our prescriptions. We set prescriptions for our burns, and we're keen to see that we are meeting the prescriptions of the burns. We're looking for a best practice and a continuous improvement process in terms of undertaking our burns, and we are then and we monitor over time and report on the effectiveness of the burns in meeting any environmental objectives that we've set. In terms of assessment, we undertake a visual fuel assessment as part of a post-burn assessment, as well as mapping of the severity and ensuring that we review the fuel load information that we have for that area, and then we will monitor that over time to see what the response to the burn has been.
Could I ask you about the assessment of the fuel load? How is that undertaken, please?
prior to the burn or post-burn?
Prior and post, please.
Right. So in terms of a large scale, we would do that through a visual assessment. We have a visual assessment guide and we apply that, but we also have a physical fuel measurement process which we'll use at certain locations across the burn, and then we'll go back to those locations post-burn to test the fuel levels, as well as once again undertaking the visual fuel assessment process.
Right. And do you use satellite imagery in the planning process, either pre or post?
We certainly use satellite imagery in a lot of ways in fire management, and we will use satellite imagery for fire severity mapping, post-hazard reduction burning, as well as post-wildfire, yes. We really use, I think it's fair to say, use satellite data for anything which it's applicable to. It'll just depend on scale and timing, but we would use any data that's available from satellites we will use in both planning of the burn and then doing post-burn evaluation and assessment.
Thank you. And Mr. Cooper, I think, mentioned LiDAR, and it may have been mentioned by some of the other participants. Do you also use LiDAR in your processes?
Yes, we do. LiDAR is another source of information, and we use that also, particularly more in post-wildfire assessment, but we also will use it for hazard reduction burning as well.
Thank you very much. Now, to Western Australia, Mr. Dehaan. Stefan, you've heard, I think, what the other participants have said. Could you comment upon your post-hazard reduction activities as to their assessment and evaluation?
Certainly, Mr. Tockley, and look, I think there's very close similarities to what has been outlined by those other jurisdictions, but I guess fundamentally, again, harking on the fact that WA is a very large state, our agency has legislative responsibilities for almost 27 million hectares of land, and then we have a further 90 plus million hectares of land that we have fire mitigation responsibilities for on unallocated Crown land and unmanaged reserves. So the use of technology, satellite technology and remote sensing is quite critical to our post-burn or post-mitigation activity assessment. I guess where and how that is used depends on the location in the state. We certainly use platforms like NAFI, as the NT touched on, and then maybe in the southwest, use of remote sensing more at a finer scale of individual burns, more about burnt, unburnt, I guess. So that provides the broad brush information about areas burnt across the state, and then we start to drill down into it in a more regional and local setting. So once we really have those areas that we undertook the mitigation activities on, and again focus on burning, but a very similar premise you can use to mechanical mitigation. Once we've gathered some of that data remotely, we then move more into the more intensive sort of operational assessment. And that may be about how the burns have or have not met objectives, be they related to hazard reduction or be they related to other specific management purposes, be it biodiversity conservation, be it certain forest management practices, etc. Some of that is informed with the remote data, but a lot of that really needs more individual burn by burn assessment undertaken by our staff, sometimes utilising technology to assist with that. So I guess there's that element of the assessment. And then, as I think Naomi mentioned from New South Wales, that feeds back into that planning loop, where again I touched on our 3-year indicative and our annual burn program, that some of the evaluation that we've undertaken at a broad scale and at an individual burn scale will then influence how we plan and implement our next round of mitigation. And I think the other element that we're fortunate enough to have within DBCA that is not necessarily always purely focused on our individual burn level, but we have a number of, longitudinal studies in terms of ongoing fire research undertaken by our fire scientists that provide information into that evaluation and assessment program. That is more about the longer term planning rather than the here and now, because as you can appreciate, it takes a while for that data to sort of be worked through and then to inform operational practice. And I guess the final one in terms of evaluation, albeit not necessarily the type of evaluation that you want, is more around what you might consider case studies. So over the course of our bushfire seasons, unfortunately, given the fire-prone environment that we have, we get plenty of opportunities to test how effective our mitigation measures have been. So, if we talk about prescribed burning, there's many examples where we can actually clearly show that it has had an effect on protecting values, community values, or general land management values, or there may be times where, for various reasons, it hasn't been as effective as we'd like. So that's quite an integral part to our evaluation process as well, and that continuous learning approach that I talked about previously.
When the information that's been assessed and evaluated suggests that the steps that were undertaken may not be as effective perhaps as they could have been, or they didn't meet set targets, what do you do with that information after that? How do you use it?
Well, I guess it's at all different scales. Some of the evaluation we may undertake about our mitigation activities is almost what you would call live evaluation immediately following the undertaking of the activity around prescribed burning, where through the use of, largely through our spotted detection fleet, which operates across the southwest, we get, mapping of burns that we've undertaken, burnt, unburnt, and we can determine whether, in terms of some of the burn objectives we may have around percentage burnt, whether we've actually achieved that, or in terms of burn security, whether we have the adequate level of burn security. So we use that live evaluation, so to speak, to potentially inform our options in terms of undertaking more ignitions within those burn areas. Then in terms of what might be more pure evaluation, I guess there is a section within our prescribed fire plans where we actually document lessons, and then they feed into those processes that I talked about previously, which are the sort of the 3-year indicative, the annual burn program, and also, I guess, particularly in a regional setting, some of those local lessons learned through evaluating their mitigation programs feed back into our regional fire management plans that I talked about as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dehaene. I'll now go to the Northern Territory and to Ken and Jonathan. Mr. Baluch, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You probably heard what the others had to say, and so we're interested to hear your perspective on matters. I imagine, given that the oversight role that Bushfires NT plays, that to the extent to which there is assessment and evaluation, it's largely carried out at the landowner level and then feeds up perhaps to the organisation?
Yeah, there's certainly a lot of these evaluation assessment done at landowner level. There's also Bushfires NT is also involved in a broader level of assessment of burning, and I'll be quick here. We use the similar tools to what I was talking about in the planning at the planning end. So we rely heavily on the NAFI website again to look at burn history. That's a fairly coarse measure of the effectiveness of burning, the extent of the burning. That's quite often supplemented or validated perhaps later by observation. We consult with stakeholders often not until the following year's planning process to put together our assessment of the previous year's burning. I think that we're also starting to interpret finer scale information ourselves within Bushfires NT, rather as a supplement to the information we get from NAFI, looking at different sources of satellite data, right down to the individual burn level. I probably just want to comment as well on something that we lack, which is any remote sensing method of measuring fire severity or fire intensity. We tend to rely on an estimate based on the time of year of the fire, which isn't always accurate. We would dearly love to have a better system available to give us some measure of fire intensity, and of course its implication for impact on biodiversity and other environmental values. Just because everybody else does, I thought I should point out that we don't use LiDAR. I think it's out of scope for us at the moment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walsh. Mr. Vey, did you want to add anything to what Mr. Walsh has said?
Thanks, Mr. Tockley and Ken. Yes, as a land manager responsible for NT parks across the NT, we do have a system that we have regarding assessment and evaluation, and it could be informally described as a MERI program, or a monitoring, evaluation, reporting and improvement sort of phases. For our most important parks, we have a process, comprehensive process of monitoring at where the Department of Environment and Natural Resources Flora and Fauna Unit, they conduct on a cyclic basis roughly 3 or 5 year cycles, comprehensive biodiversity monitoring of the key biodiversity values of the park, and also that they use that. They've been conducting this work going back for the last 20 years on some of our most important parks. Supplementing that, rangers conduct in a few of our parks plot monitoring surveys on an annual basis to evaluate the responses in key habitats. And with that also, rangers are monitoring the fire history and evaluating the success of their prescribed burns, and evaluating the extent of wildfires on their parks and matching it against the strategic targets that have been identified for the park and for the habitats. I guess in terms of the evaluation, reporting and improvement, a good example of work that we do that defines that is presented to the Commission in Annexure SC4, which is the Litchfield National Park's annual fire report, and it provides a good example and a representative example of one of our more important parks, and a good example of how we integrate how we evaluate against the targets, the work that's done, and the use and the mapping of NAFI, and the mapping of the prescribed, what was expected in terms of those prescribed burns, what was the percentage of early season dry, the success of prescribed burns, also the extent of the wildfires, and also against the habitat conditions on each lands, on the key habitats of the park. And so it provides a good example of the. It provides just a good example of that evaluation, the reporting and the improvement that could be demonstrative to the Commission of how we approach our work in the Territory. These reports are then assessed by senior management, and then and that review is then incorporated to the future prescribed burns for the next year, and then evaluated also on a 5-yearly basis through integrated conservation strategies. The success of those fire reports, also I guess the prescribed burning is also used by our regional fire groups who are pre-planning for the wildfire seasons, often in around July or August, in preparation for the wildfire season on an annual basis as well. So we've certainly got as one of the landowners, land managers for the territory, we do certainly have an adaptive management framework that we're still working on, still refining, but it's a basis for how we operate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bay. Commissioners, those were my questions in relation to topics 1 and 2. You may have some questions of the participants.
And then we're going to talk about technology and role of the Commonwealth. Is that
yes.
to go on that? I'll tell you, why don't we flow into that now, because we've been talking about information systems
Certainly.
and the like. I think it would be an appropriate segue, and then we'll ask questions right at the end.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Vey, I don't know if you heard the Chair's comments, but I was wondering if you have any views on whether there is any role for the Commonwealth of Australia to play in terms of the coordination of nationally consistent standards in relation to the provision of information, which both informs the planning and the evaluation exercises that are undertaken in the Northern Territory.
The systems that we've developed are developed in our own space, looking at best practice around us. At the moment, we do recognise that having benchmarks and other standards that we could apply to our landscapes would be extremely valuable as we're sort of developing these systems independently, to be honest. And certainly advice from the Commonwealth around standards would be useful.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vey. Mr. Balch, did you wish to add anything to Mr. Vey's answer?
Well, perhaps just in terms of the role of the Commonwealth, I think everybody's mentioned that they rely on technology from the Bureau of Meteorology for a lot of really important information. And I guess for us, the NAFI website that I've mentioned a few times is such a key part of what of the information provider in what we do that it provides a service that goes across a number of states, including the Territory in Queensland and Western Australia. And so it's difficult for a single jurisdiction to take responsibility for it, if you like. And I know that the service really struggles to keep its head above water financially. It moves from funding cycle to funding cycle, and it gets some support from the Commonwealth at different times. And it's currently, I think, only until the 30th of June this year, receiving funding from the Commonwealth for its web service. I'd probably see a role for the Commonwealth to look at some of those sorts of public service and incredibly important data providers to either coordinating the funding of them or finding a way to fund that sort of service. It's not a huge amount of money, and it provides an incredibly important service for us.
Thank you, Mr. Balch. Stefan de Haan, in terms of the information that you use that's obtained from, for example, the Commonwealth of Australia or other information, do you see any opportunities for national coordination regarding the information that you take into account in terms of planning and evaluation?
Look, I think there's always opportunities there. Got a fairly robust system in Western Australia, but I think, like myself and everybody else has touched on, an organisation like the Bureau of Meteorology is critical to the delivery of the mitigation business, let alone the response side of things. So we have a fantastic working relationship with BOM, and they deliver a very high quality product for us. So there's no dispute about that. And I guess we've been looking at where we can value add and improve our mitigation business, and our last spring season, we funded and trialled an embedded meteorologist purely to do with the implementation of our mitigation program. Now, I think we may be the first agency to do that, albeit that approach has certainly been embedded in the response part of the business for a long time. So, there may be opportunities to explore there because weather and accurate forecasting and forecasters having a detailed understanding of fire mitigation and all the factors involved in that can really help, I guess, identify windows of opportunity for burning, can help better with our smoke management, and also, conversely, can identify and value add around decisions when you shouldn't be undertaking that activity. Also, in relation to BOM, we're very keen to get the air quality forecasting system, both ourselves and DFES, the system referred to as AQFX, that is being utilised by some jurisdictions in Australia. And there's a number of things that BOM are working through before it can be operationalised here in WA, and it's a little way off yet, but that's going to be another critical tool because, as people have touched on, smoke is certainly an issue and a very valid issue for the community. So any way that we can manage that better and have better tools at our disposal is something we would be advocating strongly for. I guess also, when you look at an organisation like the Bushfire Natural Hazard CRC and the Bushfire CRC before that, they do some great work in terms of improving knowledge across the entirety of the sector. And, there might be some benefit in a greater level of support into operationally implementing some of the work that they actually produce, because I guess the nature of the type of organisation is they get it to a certain point and then it's up to the jurisdictions to put a significant investment sometimes into some of the technology and research that they've done to try to operationalise it in the state, which is not unreasonable, but also would certainly be beneficial, I think, to all jurisdictions if they could sometimes take some of that work a little bit further. And, that could relate to things like better implementation of remote sensing technology, certainly could relate to some more sophisticated spatial soil moisture products, and there's probably a suite of others. And probably the last thing I guess I wanted to touch on is probably not so much Commonwealth support per se, but for a state like Western Australia, and we're an isolated state, even more isolated than usual at the moment, organisations like AFAC that bring together the various jurisdictions for information sharing, knowledge exchange are quite critical, and given, as I say, our isolation, we can be a bit insular sometimes, so it's fantastic to actually share knowledge with those collaborative groups, and we're actively involved within AFAC. And on a similar vein, Mr Cooper in the ACT chairs the Forest Fire Managers Group, which we're part of, and they report up through the Commonwealth. And they're a group of land management jurisdictions around Australia, and with input from New Zealand as well. And it provides a very similar forum to what I talked about with AFAC, with a more purely land management focus, but there's a fair bit of crossover with those AFAC collaborative groups. That's probably all I had to say, Mr Tockley.
Thank you very much, Mr Dehaan. Do you obtain any information from CSIRO or the Geosciences Australia?
Yes, there's probably an oversight there. So I guess that information through those organisations largely feed into our fire science program. So I guess they're the direct links, but we're certainly heavily involved with that. And something that you may or may not have heard about previously was the development of the dry eucalypt forest fire models known as Project Vesta. And there's a very, very strong collaborative working relationship with CSIRO and our scientists here some years ago to, develop and operationalise them for use in a West Australian context. So, and they now underpin some of our response planning and predictions So I think that's probably a very good example of that type of Commonwealth state collaboration and can deliver results for end users.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dehaan. I might go to New South Wales now and to Commissioner Rogers and Ms Stevens. And
Thank you.
Yes, in light of what you've heard already, Commissioner Rogers and Ms Stevens, if you wouldn't mind commenting upon what you've heard and perhaps adding to it if you wish to do so.
Certainly, I'd certainly echo everything that our colleague in Western Australia has spoken about with regards to the importance of the Bureau and the AFAC and bodies like that. I think one other thing that I would add where the Commonwealth are already adding a lot of value is things like projects like the new fire danger rating system that CSIRO and the Bureau of Meteorology are involved in, and I chair that group that's moving that along. One thing I would like to say, though, that the Commonwealth, I think, could address is that jurisdictions like New South Wales, we pay to have a forecaster in our state centre year-round, and I think that's so that we can address things like mitigation activities as well as fire activities. And I think that things like the service provision of the BOM, and it's not a criticism of the BOM itself, because I think they're very much pushed into that model of getting a return on investment. But I think that that could be examined as part of how they can add value. I think otherwise, sharing of information across borders is something that we see that the Commonwealth could be involved in, certainly at a principles level. I'm not a supporter of having one national system, just simply because I think that can very well stifle innovation that happens among jurisdictions. And I think we've heard this morning and this afternoon some great work that's actually occurring across the country. And I do fear that if we tried to have one national system, I think you might lose that. And I think we've just got to make sure that we don't stifle that. And I think the only other thing that I might just add is some of the Commonwealth legislation, the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. That's certainly something where the Commonwealth, from a private individual trying to get hazard reduction work done, New South Wales certainly provides streamlined environmental approvals to private individuals wanting to do that work. But we can't provide that approval for Commonwealth Act, and that does leave individuals exposed. And I think that's another way the Commonwealth could actually assist states and territories and indeed individuals get work done by allowing states to, within appropriate instruments, provide approvals under Commonwealth legislation for environmental matters.
Look, I would only just confirm what everyone has said of the value of AFAC, the value of the bushfire, natural hazard CRC, how much we implement the work they do, and we're part of their collaborative network. And it'd be great to see confirmation of Commonwealth funding for those institutions and entities going forward because of the extraordinary value that we get from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Rogers and Ms Stevens. And now to the ACT and Commissioner Whalen and Mr Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Tockley. If I could just echo the comments from Commissioner Rogers. Obviously, we're not a supporter of a one-size-fits-all solution as well. And that's because our landscapes vary and our risk varies. However, where there is a key role for the Commonwealth is in ensuring and supporting that each state and territory does have access to best practice. We have heard this afternoon of some absolutely outstanding innovations that we're seeing nationally, but we're not seeing that in every state. So that's one area that I think could be supported. Clearly, the value of research and turning research into real capability as it translates. Quite often, the lag time between the quality of the research and the recommendation and the application of that, I think there is a more timely application process, and that's where I think there's a role for the Commonwealth. And finally, again, if I can echo the comments of my colleagues around the Bureau of Meteorology, certainly we have piloted short-term periods of embedding the subject matter expertise from the BOM, but certainly having regular access, probably in fact all year round, so that we can best utilise the subject matter expertise and the technology that the Bureau offer and the interpretation particularly of that information as it supports and applies to fire behaviour management, understanding our weather patterns, and a whole bunch of other challenges we are now facing. It's something that we've heard consistently throughout and post the fire season is that, yes, it was unprecedented, but we use this term, the fire didn't behave in the manner in which it was predicted. It was so extreme. The variations were so profound. And that's where I think the subject matter expertise all year round of experts such as those in the Bureau of Meteorology can work side by side with the practitioners within the agencies, particularly in the planning and the planning of the risk mitigation strategies as well.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Whelan. And Mr. Cooper, finally.
Thank you, Councillor.
Is there anything you wish to add to what the Commissioner has said?
Yes, yes, thanks. I suppose from our view, or from my view, being a land manager, I tend to think that we should focus a lot more on prevention and tools that provide that value rather than big flashy new trucks and shiny helicopters. So I've got 4 or 5 points here. It's been mentioned already by my esteemed colleagues about the Bureau of Met. I think over the years, as Commissioner Rogers mentioned, there's been a refocus, a sort of a funding cuts, etc., to a user pay system. That has a real impact on a small agency such as myself and other land management agencies, to the point that a lot of the BOM focus is during the fire suppression period and not the shoulder periods, which is crucial for us to have that information to be able to deliver prescribed burning. Embedded meteorologists are great, but we can't really afford those. And most importantly from the Bureau of Met is the smoke modelling aspect. All of us are under pressure to managing smoke when we undertake prescribed burning. There was some work done towards the smoke modelling component, but that a number of us put significant money into that. And again, as I said, for a small agency, that takes money away from boots on the ground and actually delivering stuff in the field. So that's somewhere I think that the Commonwealth may be able to assist. It hasn't really been mentioned specifically, but really the whole fire sector needs to have a national independent research entity to collectively undertake nationally driven research, which is driven by the requests and desires by the end users. Currently, we have a bushfire natural hazards CRC due to be wound up fairly soon. There is some conjecture about what will replace that, but I think it would be not a good look if nationally we didn't have some entity to take on that role, because it's that area there in particular that developed not only our research but our future scientists in fire. The PhD program. I don't plan to be around another 10 years. I'll hopefully down the coast writing letters to the editor about why people aren't doing prescribed burning. But we really need that next generation of PhD students to come through to take over. I think the models that we use, we've mentioned those, a lot of us have mentioned the models quite a bit. There's some really quite complex algorithms in those models, and we run the risk of some of those being run or kept on someone's laptop in an office as opposed to a central repository where they can be updated, all new research, etc., can go into that. So it's sort of like a central place to run those algorithms on quite complex computer systems. And that's for prescribed burning, not as well as fire suppression. So we've really got to focus on that prescribed burning component. The second last one, I think, is Geoscience Australia could certainly be involved in, there's been a number of people mentioning LiDAR. There may be some opportunity there to do that across the country in a more central and holistic way, which takes some of the pressure off some of the agencies in trying to fund that quite expensive information gathering, because LiDAR is just a picture of the vegetation at a point in time. It doesn't last forever, and you need to run it again. So there may be some value around that. And I guess lastly, over the years we've had numerous inquiries post large fire events. One of those produced the National Fire Policy Statement, coincidentally sitting over my right shoulder.
Coincidentally.
It's got a number of...
Here's one I prepared earlier. Yeah, thank you.
Fancy that. It's got a number of... It was signed off by all the state leaders and the Prime Minister, and it's got about 14 objectives. Now, the Forest Fire Management Group, which Mr Dehaan mentioned before, sits under the Commonwealth process and trying to deliver those 14 goals. We are actually running a conference in a week or so's time to look at how we can develop KPIs against those objectives, and in some way that'll allow sort of national auditing and reporting, etc. If there could be some sort of assistance in implementing that national policy statement, I think it would be quite good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Chair, no further questions from me.
Mr. Cooper is entertaining as always, so thank you very much for that. Listen, Mr. Stokely, you covered some of the questions that I brought up this morning on the management of effect and the like, but there's one that I would just like to,
of course,
to go back to Ms. Stevens and just give her an opportunity to respond to something raised this morning. So hopefully she had a chance to hear that, but just to repeat it. It was along the preparedness side of it, and the comment that was made yesterday about you own the land, you own the risk. But as we were discussing, sometimes if your risk isn't managed, it translates to other people. And talking with Mr. Rogers this morning, Ms. Stevens, we're talking about wherever we've been. There are obviously people with 1,000 opinions, but there's a common one that pops up regarding New South Wales parks and wildlife, and it's about, in the preparedness sense, about hazard reduction not necessarily having been done, the fire trails, fire breaks and preparation, and fire trails being blocked and the like. So I'd just like to just give you a chance to talk about, in a sense, build on a bit more on what you had talked about before about preparedness, but some of the limitations, some of the issues that you in your particular area face in trying to get the preparedness levels for the coming seasons to be able to manage that in accordance with the New South Wales strategy. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. So thank you very much, Commissioner, for the opportunity to talk about parks performance in this area in New South Wales. I'd say we have a very strong framework around preparedness and undertaking hazard reduction work. We obviously the state through the RFS has statewide targets for hazard reduction, hectares and properties protected. We also operate under the Rural Fires Act, which is a really strong piece of legislation that puts a really good framework for coordinated and cooperative arrangements in this state for all work, not just for response, but also for preparedness and for undertaking hazard reduction work. We have a 10-year strategy for managing fire in New South Wales National Parks. It's been in place now for 9 years, and it provides us with overarching objectives for the work that we do in managing fire in the parks, with a focus both on the ecological and cultural heritage health of our parks, but also on undertaking preparation and hazard reduction work. We prepare reserve fire management strategies for all our reserves, and I referred to that earlier, the work we do with information as geographic information systems and the work we do gathering data, talking to the community about their concerns in relation to our reserves, and they go into our reserve fire management strategies. And then we prepare 3-year burn programs, and those burn programs are reviewed every year on the basis of the work that's been achieved. All of that feeds into our statewide bushfire risk management plans, which are prepared and across tenure overarching role of managing risk to the community in New South Wales. So it's a good, strong framework. We also have a very strong culture as an organisation in preparing and undertaking hazard reduction. I think that probably the statistics speak for themselves. Of prescribed burn undertaken by agencies in New South Wales, 79% of that burning is undertaken on National Parks Estate, led by Parks in cooperation partnership with the RFS, Fire and Rescue, and the neighbours in the community. So that's a pretty strong indicator of how committed we are. We have a target set for us by government, which is 135,000 hectares a year as a 5-year rolling average. And over the last 7 years, we have undertaken 137,000 hectares of burning per year, plus another 2,000 hectares of mechanical work. So on average, we're achieving about 139,000 hectares a year against a 5-year rolling target of 135,000. So we're certainly setting the target, we're meeting the targets that have been set by us, for us by government. Obviously, the inquiry that we're now going through in New South Wales and the Commission, the Royal Commission, both will give us recommendations in New South Wales, and we'll very seriously consider those recommendations and we'll implement in cooperation with the RFS, the recommendations, and if there's an increase in effort required, National Parks and Wildlife Service will address that. We also have a very good record in terms of maintaining our fire trail network. We have about 31,000 hectares of fire trail network on park in New South Wales. And over the last 3 years, between 2016 and 2019, we've undertaken maintenance work on 21,000 hectares of that 31,000 hectares. We also, in preparation for each fire season, we drive every hectare of our fire trail network to ensure that it's in a state where it can be accessed by all fire authorities in a situation we're confronted by wildfire. We're currently undertaking work on our fire trail network to assess its current condition, and we're working to upgrade that fire trail network under the system that's been implemented by the RFS, the FAFT planning system. And the government in New South Wales has given us $125 million over the next 10 years or so for us to implement the upgrade to ensure that our fire trail network continues to provide the services required to the community for people to access our parks to undertake fire management. So we had a good record in terms of containing fires that burnt on our parks. If you look at the land that burned outside the National Parks Estate, 71% of those fires started outside the Parks Estate, and 29% started on Parks Estate and travelled off. So in terms of looking at meeting our legislative responsibilities to work to stop the spread of fire from our reserves, we did quite well. And of all the lands that burnt in New South Wales, 44% of all the land that burnt was burnt by a fire that started on National Parks Estate, and 56% of all land burnt was started by a fire that started outside our estate. We also, as people have been saying, we invest in increasing knowledge and sharing information. We have a science group within DPI that works specifically on fire. We invest in the Bushfire Risk Management Research Hub, which is funded by Parks in cooperation and partnership with the RFS. We invest in the Bushfire Natural Hazards CRC and the work that they do, and we're actively engaged in AFAP projects, including the National Fire Project, which was a big project that focused on prescribed burning. And I think all of that is evidence of our commitment and our strong culture, and we are very committed as well to working with our neighbours, our partners and with Aboriginal communities to ensure that we address the risk of bushfire on our reserves.
Thank you for giving us that summary. I really appreciate it. I think it's a good chance to get it on the record for people to be able to have that as a baseline as we go into the next few weeks, where we start talking about LGAs and the like, where it's been raised around the place. But I think I appreciate you taking the chance for that. And also we had one of your colleagues a couple of weeks ago talk about the success of cultural protection, like the Wallamai Pines and all that. So I appreciate that. But I'm sure it's going to come up again as we talk about the coordination more as we get closer to state boundaries and things, which is more where we're working in that coordination side of it. But I appreciate you taking the time to give us a summary of the efforts that you've put in. Thank you. That's my questions. Commissioner McIntosh?
Yeah, I have one of them, if you don't mind, Chair, in three parts. We heard yesterday from researchers about the importance of landscape scale longitudinal studies on the effectiveness of prescribed burning and other fuel management activities on reducing risks. So not just those post-prescribed burn analyses, but looking at whether prescribed burn and other fuel management activities actually bring about the end result that they're designed to bring about. And I wondered, just going quickly around the jurisdictions, about whether you see value in those sorts of analyses. Secondly, are you or do you intend to carry out those analyses? And if you're not, could you give us an idea about why not? So what are the barriers to doing that sort of work? And if I could turn probably firstly to New South Wales, given you're there, and you do in the documents we've got before us make mention of the fact that that you're doing analysis on bushfire behaviour in the 2019-2020 season, but you said that it's not yet complete, and it suggests that it didn't always stop fire, and that's on New South Wales 500 001 0014. If you want to pull it up, if that helps them give some context.
Don't worry, Mr. Rogers, we won't test you on this. We'll just wait to get it up so you can have a look at it.
Yeah, so second paragraph, last sentence, and it says, while analysis is ongoing. Yep, that bit there. So, if you know, coming back to the question, I'm just wondering whether you find value in landscape scale longitudinal analysis on the effectiveness of prescribed burning and reducing risk. If yes, are you doing it? And if not, what are the barriers to doing it?
Yeah, look, there absolutely is value in that, and there's quite a lot of work going on looking into the fire behaviour in the 2019-20 season. The Bushfire Risk Management Research Hub, which works out of University of Wollongong, University of Melbourne, and University of Western Sydney, they're doing some very detailed analysis of the work of what occurred in the 1920 season, and Ross Bradstock may have spoken about that yesterday, I'm not sure. But as well as that, we're also doing a lot of work with our science group on the impact on the reserves of what's occurred and its relationship to the prescribed burning that's been done, as well as recent fire history, in terms of whether recent fire history has had an impact on the spread of the fires as well. We have some good examples where prescribed burning did have an impact on the fires that impacted in 1920, but we certainly have situations where we would have expected that recent burns would have had more of an impact on the spread of the wildfire, and we're very keen to look at that over time to see if we can get greater understanding, can improve the prescribed burning we do in the future to address the situation as we identify it through this work.
Just to jump in on top of that, do you have a standing ongoing system to ensure that this analysis is done on an ongoing basis at a landscape scale?
Within national parks, we do an analysis of all our prescribed burning and where it impacts with wildfire, and we do look at every burn in the context of the impact that it had go back to see whether the burn met the objectives that were set for the burn, whether they were undertaken within prescription, whether after the burn we felt that they'd met objectives, and then what the impact has been in terms of the intersection with the wildfire when it occurs. Yes, and we've been doing that since we introduced our Elements information system, which was about that 2012. So we're building an evidence base around what kind of impact we're having on wildfire. And obviously, hazard reduction burning also contributes to providing access, safe access for firefighters in a wildfire situation. That's probably something we haven't looked at as closely, but I think we will in the future.
Thanks very much. I might just turn quickly to Mr. Cooper, because I know that he's got an interest in this, or anyone from the ACT, just to comment on that about the value of longitudinal landscape scale assessments of what prescribed burning is actually doing, and whether you have if you're doing it, and if you're not doing it, whether you see value in setting up systems to ensure that is done on a systematic basis.
Yes, most certainly. So in the ACT, we've been undertaking post-burn severity for at least the last 6 years, and it's a great sort of data set for our long-term planning. The effectiveness of prescribed burning, it's dependent on so many things. It's on location in the landscape, the vegetation type, the time that the main fire gets there, the time since it's been burnt, suppression activities that may or may not have been undertaken. But certainly in one instance, in our own situation here in the ACT at Aurora Valley, I happened to be the incident controller at the time, and the fire came through, hit an area that we had undertaken some prescribed burning in over a number of years, and that held up in that location for 4 to 5 days. Eventually, the conditions were such that it got around that, but it prevented that fire spreading further, basically through our only other section of water catchment in the ACT and straight through to New South Wales. Like Mr. DeHaan mentioned previously, as a land manager, we're looking holistically right across the landscape. So we're undertaking fuel management for a range of functions, and that any prescribed burning program is an amalgamation of what you do each year. So anywhere in the landscape, you'll have a mosaic of 1-year-old, 2-year-old, 3-year-old, right the way out to 15, 20-year-old fuel. And what we're trying to do is decrease that intensity, and we can see where that's worked in our own situation here in the ACT, where the fire still kept going. It's still burnt very hot, but the ecological aftermath of that is far less than it would have been if we hadn't have undertaken the prescribed burning. So, yeah, we're certainly committed to that and committed to ongoing research to further advise our program into the future.
Thanks very much, Mr. Cooper. Does anyone from the other jurisdictions have anything to add, or do you disagree with anything that's been said? I know we're short on time, so if you violently disagree, then raise your hand. If you broadly agree, then I think we'll leave it and move on. I think there's someone raising a hand there, I see.
Commissioner, I would say that what we are very good at is evaluation post an event, and a review of whether we've applied recommendations from reports undertaken as a consequence of it. In terms of real application of research and longitudinal study, I think there's more work to be done nationally. I think we all tap into either contributing to research or support, research activities. But I don't think we're actually taking a national approach informed by a hierarchy of risk nationally. I think we have very good professionals out there who are very interested and are developing either individual research or institutional research. But I don't think we truly have a national approach. And given the complexity of the environment in which we're going to be living, working and operating into the future, where particularly as we undertake far more mature residual risk assessments, and we're going to be looking for alternative ways in which we can treat risk or, in fact, have to make a decision not to treat. I think that should be evidence-based, and I think there's a body of research that certainly we should be doing over the next 10 to 15 years to inform that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioner. Appreciate that very, very much. Commissioner Bennett.
I just have one question. There was some reference made to the effectiveness of prescribed burning and in the context of weather changes. I may have missed it, but I was just wondering about simulations and computer modelling where one can take some of those potential variations into account to predict. And I was just wondering if you are making use of that sort of technology, and whether you would see a benefit in having a national level of modelling in that regard available to you to utilise. Commissioner, you're up on the screen. Why don't you start for the ACT?
There's a few commissioners there.
A few commissioners, sorry.
Thank you,
Commissioner Whelan.
And I will defer, because I'm looking at the screen at Mr. Cooper, but I know he can't put a thing back. Absolutely, I think there is a wealth of opportunity to really understand how we can make best use of the modelling both in...
Sorry for interrupting for a second. If you could do the first part first. Are you, if the first question is, are you making a lot of use of that sort of simulation and modelling, is the first question, is really the main question, because I don't recall with the discussion on technology that was specifically covered. And I mean, it may have been out of context, but I just wanted to get an understanding of whether you are using that and what you see the potentials for the use of that nationally, perhaps.
So we use that. We definitely used that in the last 5 seasons. And what we realised was, though, it is resource intensive, and you've actually got to invest in it. It's not a natural byproduct of our traditional incident management aim structure. It's something that, from an ACT perspective, we've learned that we've had to heavily invest in. At the moment, our ability to do that resides in Parks and Conservation in Mr. Cooper's area, but it's already an early learning that's come out of our review process. A, the value of it, having undertaken it last year, but B, the fact that we need to exploit it more fully into the future, which means we need to resource it better.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, if you want to add quickly to that, I'm just looking at the time, because then I'll go to the others. I think you were put it into the mix there by the Commissioner.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm happy for that. Yeah, we use modelling extensively. As the Commissioner mentioned, she covered fire suppression. I guess our main role, we supply qualified and professional fire behaviour analysts to undertake that to the ESA during the fire season, during suppression. But also our main part is the modelling outside the fire season. So we run, as I mentioned quite earlier on this morning, I think we did about 530,000 simulations of fire across the landscape with different weather scenarios and different fuel scenarios. So
did you predict what happened?
That's using,
did you predict what happened?
Beg your pardon?
Did you predict what happened?
Yes, no, most certainly. Now, when I'm saying that is that the modelling predicted a fire risk in that area down to the south of the ACT, and we had programs in place to implement activities to minimise that risk. Now, the fire happened halfway through the year. As I said, it's an amalgamation. It went through some areas that we burnt. I just mentioned before that one of the things that held that fire up and prevented it being a dam site larger was the fact that we had already undertaken some of that work, and that was identified through modelling.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. New South Wales.
Yeah, it's certainly, obviously, during a fire scenario, we use extensively, we use modelling, and it's something that between National Parks and RFS, we have quite a lot of people trained in that, and we support other states and territories as they support us. And I think that level of portability and skill set is becoming quite specialised within the country, and we've got some really, really good and smart people. I think some of the emphasis, though, on prescribed burning, on modelling and potential modelling of prescribed burns, I think is probably in its infancy as far as the existing models, and certainly more work could go into the existing Phoenix, Bark, the CSIRO product, and potentially a joining of those. And I think the Western Australian product, I can't think of its name, sorry, at the moment, but and some work could go into there to look at potential prescribed burn behaviour, because I don't think that they're necessarily that great at that at this point in time. Naomi, did you have anything?
Yes, I'll just briefly mention the work of Ross Breakstock's group out of the University of Wollongong under the Bushfire Natural Hazard CRC. They've just completed and published a prescribed burning atlas for southeastern Australia. And what it does is use Phoenix modelling to provide information that land managers, people undertaking prescribed burning, planning prescribed burning, can use to look at the effectiveness of different mitigation strategies that they might undertake, such as prescribed burning. So that's definitely an example of where modelling's been used to inform planning for prescribed burning before it occurs. Yeah.
Thank you very much. But I think that was a segue to Mr. Dehaan, actually. As the Commissioner mentioned, Western Australia.
Thank you, Commissioner. Apologies for dropping in and out there. I did say we were isolated here in WA. So
it's all right, you're back.
Storm came through and we lost all technology. But in terms of, I guess, modelling, yes, certainly something that we use and is an important tool for us. The one thing I would just say with a degree of caution in terms of a national approach is that I guess the complexities of fire models, fire behaviour, the differing vegetation types, I guess that challenges the ability to get a one-size-fits-all approach. Here in WA, we've got various models, but I guess the preeminent one that Commissioner Rogers, I think, was referring to is Aurora, which I guess runs very similarly to something like Phoenix Rapid Fire, but is underpinned by a large number of different models and vegetation types that are reflective of the West Australian environment. So it's a useful tool, and we do have other models that we use, and not necessarily in the same format, but our prescribed burning is underpinned by some pretty seminal research that was done in the 70s and 80s to inform some of our prescribed burning. But
this may be a naive.
Challenging to get the one size fits all.
This may be a naive question.
Sorry,
you may not be the person. You may not be the person who knows the technical answer. But if you can have a model for use throughout Western Australia with the very different landscapes and vegetations that you have there and weather patterns, why can't you have one that goes beyond Western Australia to other states by simply plotting those variables?
Well, I guess technically it may well be feasible. As you say, I'm probably not the best person to answer, but I think it would probably add a significant degree of complexity. And I think, not that I was involved in the early days of sort of Aurora and Rapid Fire Phoenix, I think there was the appetite to try to do that, but proved a little bit too hard. So at a fork in the road, I think they sort of went two separate ways. But yes, it might be more appropriate for somebody more expert in that phase to outline how feasible it is.
No, thank you very much for your assistance. I'll come back to you, Mr. Cooper. I'm going to go first to the Northern Territory, see if they want about what their position is on the use of simulations and modelling in that context.
At this point in time, we don't use simulation modelling to any great extent. As others have mentioned, it's a fairly resource-intensive activity, and our limited resources don't really make that feasible for us at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. You wanted to add something, I think, and then I think we have to then close it down.
Yeah, no, just very quickly, thank you, Commissioner. Just wanted to make mention of the fire prediction group that sits under AFAC, and most of the people who are on this panel have people involved in that group. They're the ones looking at the national models, what may be appropriate, can we get one, is it more appropriate to keep Aurora in WA with a different fuel type and have a separate one for the east. So that is being collectively looked at by the agencies through AFAC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. And Commissioners, Managers and Directors, thank you very much. for the time this morning and this afternoon. We got a lot out of that last session, in particular last hour or so. So we do appreciate your time very, very much. Mr. Tokley?
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, that concludes this afternoon's session. Ms Stevens is coming back tomorrow, so if Ms Stevens could be excused on the basis that she's returning tomorrow.
Just have to hang on a sec, just see if we've got anyone coming in down the back. Any messages from afar? No.
No.
Okay, so no one. Yep.
So
thank you.
if Ms Stevens could please be excused, but to return tomorrow, and then could all of the remaining panel participants be released from their summonses?
So Ms Stevens excused until tomorrow, and the rest released from their summons. Again, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking the time and all the effort in the preparation. Thank you.
And Chair, if we could now adjourn till 10 a.m.
Thank you very
tomorrow
much.
morning.
10 a.m. We'll adjourn till 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, Canberra time. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission has adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.